All right, it's Mike. So, Religion Dystopia. Known versus belief. So, guess what? David's gonna join us at some point. But in the meantime, he can't. He had a blowout in his tire in his semi, his truck. He's driving, and but he's working on it. He'll be with us as soon as possible. That usually is the case when you're speaking truth. There's always complications. Damien, thank you for joining or listening. Sheldon, thank you for being there. Howdy, fellows. Sorry I've been around. My dog was killed. Good God. Are you okay, Sheldon? I mean, that's a big deal. Man loses his dog. That's not a good deal, man. I'm okay. I'm just kind of blasé today, but had a fantastic show with MK Davis earlier today. I strongly recommend anybody and everybody go and listen to that at some point in your journey, because there was a lot of nuggets of truth that were revealed that I guarantee you didn't know about. I guarantee you. Put my money on that one. Sheldon, how are you doing, man? I mean, man loses his dog. It's like not good at all. Jeez. Wish you'd come on up and talk. I mean, you should be able with your phone come on up and talk, but if you don't want to, that's understandable too, man. The dog, man. Jeez, what happened to your dog? The dog died. Jeez. It's a hell of a thing, man. Killed. Was he hit by a car? I don't want to spend too much time on it and rub salt into wounds, brother, but that's a big loss. When a man loses a dog, that's a big loss. So, Lord of all spirits, have great mercy on my brother Sheldon and everybody else that hears this. Watch over Brother David. Hopefully he can join us soon. Help him out with his car issues. Yeah, I know. If I had Skype or something like that, you could call. But I don't have Skype. I'm not going to get Skype. So I don't know what else to say about that one. More money down the drain for me. I don't get paid for this. So anyways, and neither does David. When he shows up with us, it'll be another thing. So damn. Had him for 12 years. When I grew up, we had a dog that he lived 18 years. And my parents didn't have enough guts to put him down. So his last 2 years, he was in pretty bad shape until finally they had enough guts to do it. But good old Charlie, we used to call him Bounder, because back then in the day, back in the 70s, he got all the neighbors' dogs pregnant. Because back then we just let our dogs run around. We didn't care. Charlie was a wide-haired terrier, and he was mean as all get out, and tough as nails. And I don't know how many times he came home puncture wounds from being in fights, dog fights, or getting just bloody all from like getting in a bunch of glass or something, to just people shooting them and everything else. We called him Bounder, man, because that's what he did. I remember this one lady, she down the road, she had one of these prize poodles, right? They were expensive back then in the 70s. And he proceeded to hump her. She was not very happy about that. Anyways, let's look at a couple images that I seen. Just a couple of images that I filmed on the 5th this month. Was it Sunday? I was walking around my neighbor's yard, filming the trees and all that. And so I found this one. This one's kind of interesting. Now it's kind of subjective, and I understand if you think it's nonsense. When David gets here, we're going to get into Native American cosmogony, right? And we're going to try to develop a greater understanding, over understanding, and middle understanding. What's up, Jared? How you doing, man? Our brother David will be here soon. He's not here yet. He has a problem with his truck. He had a blowout. You know, it's funny is he said shit hits the fan, shit happens, right? And I said, yeah, it happens every time you're going to reveal truth too. Always happens. I got all sorts to do with images. I got so many images I don't know what to do with them all. But so yeah. But we're gonna just look at this one right here. I find this fascinating, and it's very subjective. And I don't understand if you do not see what I see, but I see a fat, chubby kid with a chubby face, with black hair, and a nose and mouth, and along with it is some dark black hands. Tell me, you see that too in that shadow. It's amazing but once I started realizing that if you look into the shadows within the trees, you'll start to see things that you never thought you would see. So this one right here, admittedly, it's not great. In fact, none of the images I looked at, to be honest with you, I waited like 10, 15 minutes before I was hoping that, before the show. So I just saw this and I said, hey, well, there we go again. There's more shadows, beings. And once again, human beings, very whitish looking people, maybe half breeds, something like that. I don't know. There seems to be a connection. I capture a lot of images that look an awful lot like Roman Catholic priests, Jesuits, and people that have been ensnared into the system, right? And I hope that none of us have that happen. But here, let me show you what's going on here. Tell me you can see this. So this is the chubby kid's face. This is hair. There's his nose. This is his lips. There's his chin. And what's interesting, there's a black hand, as always, these black hands. And I do believe that they were revealing some truth in the painting, the Last Judgment that's in the Vatican. And so this arm is covering his eyes right there. You can see this is a hand. It's a hand of something. You can even see the fingers and the knuckles. It's blurry, and of course now it's getting all pixelated. And I just find that very interesting. Tell me, guys, do you see what I see? Or is it just my imagination? Yay, you may see something there. 1 for yay, a 2 for nay. As we wait for David to show up. He said he would show up. So he's pretty solid, dude. I don't think he's not going to show up. He might be late, but this guy is interesting too. This is another one of these images that I filmed, and another shadow entity in a tree in my neighbor's yard. And you notice the shadows, this stands out like a sore thumb. When I bring it in a little closer, you're going to see his head stacking on top of another head. A shadow person. And it seems, and of course, there's a dude right here, and there's something up here, but there's a guy right here too. And mind you, I haven't tweaked any of these images. I'm just so if you can see the faint outline, you can even see the ear. There's his head. There's an eye right here, an eye right here. His nose. It's kind of like a mustache. Chin. This is his neck, his shoulders. Now, these are not the greatest of my images. I took this. I don't really care if I get great images or not, to be honest with you. But if you look real closely, that's a head manifesting or a shadow being in the trees. Very humanoid-like, very human-like. And I'm just wondering. Well, David's not here. And once he gets here, he gets here. Okay, guys? See, if I can share some good intel to you, right? This is not the greatest of images either. Very pixelated, but this is another one of those the masked men in the trees, right? And if you look real close, this is a dude. This is a dude's nose, and he has a mask on. And I don't know times I've filmed dudes with masks. There's white eyes. There's another dude right here. See how pink they are? You can even see his nose. Mind you, this is pretty far distance. I don't know if we get the original photo or not. This is the original part of the original photo, so it's right in here. You can see how it's standing out like a sore thumb. It's not actually. It doesn't quite blend in with the tree. If you look a little closer, you can start to see. And I don't know how many times I filmed the Masked Men. What are the Masked Men all about? Does anybody have a clue about this? What's up, Lorna? What's up with the Masked Men? How many times have I filmed dudes that look like they have glasses on or masks on? Like Zorro or something like that. And what is a masked man doing in a tree, anyways? And I wish it was pareidolia, because that would answer a lot of things and make it very easy. But if you just do a little research on pareidolia, you realize that can't be pareidolia. Anyways, in fact, we could always look up what pareidolia is again for everyone's for educational purposes while we wait for King David to show up. Feel for the guy. I hope he does show up, but we didn't feel too stressed out about the whole thing. Paraphilia? How did you get paraphilia? That ain't paraphilia. I want pareidolia. How that happened? Pareidolia. This is what the science tell us. This is what the experts at Google tell us pareidolia is. A pareidolia is a tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation on a nebulous stimulus, usually visual. Of course, to give you these kind of examples of what pareidolia is, Jared is messaging me. I don't think this was things. Yeah, you see it, Jared. You see the guy. Jared sees it. Yeah, you see it. Jared says, there it is. You see the guy. You can see the hands. You see what's going on. And then he sees something else going on, except the head I'm talking about right here. It's the black shadow. But he sees something in there, which, hey, 1 out of 2 is pretty good, man. Be on the same. Hopefully, Long Island will be with me tomorrow. David Thundercloud. Where was I going with all this stuff before I was so rudely interrupted? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. What's now? Who zapped me this time? Okay, I'm gonna hop on now. Okay, Mike. Hey, let's do it, Dave. Climb aboard, brother. If you need another link, I sendest thou another link. That way people don't have to look at my little simple ideas and drawings. And maybe we could. It's kind of a cool intro. I love that intro. Maybe we'll do the intro again and drive some people away, but maybe he get a chance to hear it himself. Get them all psyched up for the show. Welcome to the show. So this is what we're going to be talking about. the Native American. Oh, this one example. I think this comes from the Ojibwas out there in my region, actually, Minnesota, Michigan, that kind of area, that region. But I think it doesn't really matter. And they're going to talk about this whole thing about a little bit about the. At least I'm going to talk. Hopefully, he puts his 2 cents in, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. We'll figure this out together. And that is that there is a, you hear this kind of hermetic phrase, overstanding instead of understanding. You hear a lot of people say, don't say understanding, say overstanding. Well, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have understanding, middle standing, and upper standing. Hopefully, get a greater understanding, overall knowledge, wisdom about how this place actually is run and how important the tree is and um, its influence on us. It's interesting in this cosmogony, they have different ideas and different things. Um, BRB getting a coffee. So he said he's joining me, and he said he's joining me now. Hope we can follow through on the directions, because so yeah. I tell you one thing, it's not an easy thing doing this. For those of you to think that it's really easy to be Mr. Host on the show, first of all, you have to find guests. Then you have to research those guests before you find the guests. Then you got to persuade somebody to come along and have a conversation. And many times people, it doesn't work out. A lot of times get stiffed. And a lot of times people have problems. There's so many things that go on with this. But, as far as making it happen, but there's multiple reasons why I'm doing it. One is, I think is the only way to really, for me to learn is by pushing the envelope. Push, you know what I mean? If I just sit back and do nothing or just passively watch, then, I know who I am. I mean, I spent my whole lifetime as a child watching television in front of Anton LaVey's the altar. He said it was Satan's altar. Wouldn't even have his own kids watch it. And, he was the guy who started in Church of Satan. So whatever that means, it's a pretty good advice. I learned absolutely nothing on television. I was indoctrinated. It's kind of the same thing that was going on with a church, passively at church, and at school, and in college. Yeah, I know I learned how to fake make it, you know what I mean? But did I really know anything? No, I actually learned absolutely nothing. I had to deconstruct just about everything about me over the past half a century to learn some truth. I challenge everything. It's not a very popular path to go. And by the way, people don't like it, people don't want to hear it, and people don't care for it. And they will make sure that you never will be part of their journey. Because when you speak truth, you know what happens? That disturbs a man or a woman's worldview. They can't handle that. It's only through continual deconstruction of the self and the ego, as they say, that one can even start to come to truth of knowing the truth. Seeking Sasquatch is in the house. Cool. Yeah, I mean, he said he's going to join us. So David said he's going to join us. We'll see what's going on now. I sent it. He's still there. He says, okay, I'm hopping on now. Okay, Big Mike. Yeah. Maybe I made a mistake with it. Yeah, man, hurry up, man. Yeah, join me, man. Yeah, join us, man. Join us. We're all waiting for you. We're all waiting for you, bro. We're all waiting. I did before. We're all waiting for you. Is that the? It doesn't matter. forget it. Technical issues as usual. Jared, thank you for the input, bro. Hey, Craig, if you hear this, thank you for your generosity and you're constantly sending me insightful messages. Big Mike Long, LIB, thank you for the images. And then we got David Thundercloud. Okay. Where else with this? Going by the seat of my pants, baby. I want to go back to this. I find this picture just absolutely, utterly fascinating. And the reason why that is because I think I filmed some of the little people. And I say, well, how can this possibly be? I mean, there's a house there and there's trees. And how can you have those little people? Let's check this out. This is crazy. Crazy cool. Oh, we'll get it this way. There's some heads right here. Little people's heads right here. We'll see if we can zoom in on them. There's one here and there's one here. And let's see if we can get a better image or not. Oh, that's the one. There we go. Now, hey, Davy Jones. How's it going, man? So while we're waiting for David to join us, hopefully, it doesn't have any more issues. There's a couple of little white, very pinkish heads. And what's interesting is the amount of energy that's being emitted from those heads. And hey, there he is. Hey, man, what's going on?
Not much. How are you this evening?
Oh, well, I'm cool now that you're with us, man.
Thank you. Got off the big rig and I'm here for you.
I know. I understand. Man, and I used to be on the railroad. I was never on trucks, but I got a couple acquaintances and buddies who are on it, and I talk to them through TikTok, and I know it's like, man, that truck owns you, man.
You are so right, my friend. You are so right. So right. Oh man, I tell you that the truck and the train, they're not too different. They're both on a track that they can't get off until a certain time, until quitting bell rings,
Yeah.
So, yes, indeed.
Well, did you get a chance to hear the intro?
No. Well, you mean, hold up. You mean the one that
For the show?
yeah. I heard that earlier today. If that's the one I'm thinking about,
And I don't know if you like the music, but
I loved it. It was
I
fantastic.
thought it was pretty. It fell in together quite well. I think Long Island Mike's one for tomorrow is really the way it's lined up. It's just like it's quite good. So
You definitely did a good one. It was good. The music was good. The visuals were great. I liked it.
hey, Brown Dwarf's in the house. Hey man, what's going on, bro?
Hey, Brown Dwarf, yeah, my buddy Brown.
And so we got Curious is in the house. Sheldon's in the house. Davy Jones Locker's in the house. Sasquatch Confessions is in the house. Who else did I miss? Lorna is in the house. Who else is in the house? Who else? If you're in the house, say hi. If I didn't say hi to you, and say hi to our brother David. So,
Hello,
Diesel's in the house. Diesel in New Jersey in the house. And you're like the second dude, and this week from Maryland that I've interviewed.
Oh, really?
What's up with you guys?
It's those these things that are running around. They're starting to kind of populate the area.
So I don't know if you see this image. Well, I'm just finish this image up, and then we'll get into you, man. So
yeah, I'm looking.
So today, on the 5th, which is Sunday, I was filming the trees because I noticed in my town my trees are dying. Anyways, I think we talk about the little people. And it was interesting when we did an interview today with MK. We're doing a series.
Oh, MK. Okay, yeah, great.
Yeah. We did one back in 2017, and then I felt after all the abuse that I felt from the Bigfoot community, I just walked away for a while and just getting back into it again. So we're just starting a new series. This is part 3 of the. I don't know how long it'll be, but anyways, Sunday as we're walking around filming the trees and these little people. I mean, I don't know if you can see this. I know it's like maybe I'm stretching my imagination,
I'm looking.
but there's the roof.
Right.
These are the shingles. To give you an idea, everyone an idea, this is the roof, and they're right there. And I'm gonna go because this is part of a Native American folklore, by the way.
Yes, the little
Right?
people. Yeah.
The little people, the little people.
Mhm.
And so there are the little people right there. That's how little they are, just to give you an idea. They're not massive. And they're not squirrels. And so then we go, oh, there's the hand. There's the shadow hands. I filmed so many shadow hands in the trees. It's ridiculous. And there they are. One.
Oh yeah, I see.
You know what I mean? Is it perfect? Of course not. It's the middle of the day. And didn't know they were there. And I wasn't expecting to film there. But they were peeping at me. Isn't that interesting how many times they peep at us?
Mm-hmm. It's the truth.
It is a trip.
They can watch us.
And when we think we got it all figured out, and I think they've been playing us a long time. So
no, of course.
So anyway,
nice.
So this is like I think it's a giveaway, cosmogony of how they see how the world is.
Mm-hmm.
Lower world, the middle world, and the upper world. We're going to talk a little bit about that. But before we do any of that, because I should not, first of all, by the way, this is the first time me and Dave have ever talked. Hey, Seeking for Sasquatch, how you doing, man? And oh, there's somebody seeking Sasquatch, and they're Sasquatch. They're seeking Sasquatch. What's going on, man? So, I've known you since 2017.
Right. We've known.
I know of you. I've interacted off and on through Facebook, even tweaked, send you some, what they do. You see an image and we mess with it and send it to you right in the comment section.
Right.
And I don't know if you remember that. And there's probably no reason for you to. But then of course,
no, I do. No, I do because you and I, we always had a good online, relationship.
Right. But this is our first time to actually communicate. And I'm like, man, I like Dave, and I hope this works out because I've watched him and his journey, and I imagine he's got a few secrets to all back. Where have you been all this time? I mean, I can't seem to find you anymore. As far as active, there was a time when you were a little more active on like YouTube and stuff like that. What's going on?
Well, thank you first for paying attention to that. Actually, I got busy working. One of my relatives, I had started having to take care of them. They had developed dementia. So I was taking care of them, and I had started a new job, and I was just working, which you already know about the job because we've talked about that today. But
Right.
And I sent you a little brief video. But back to the point, I got busy working, and we had slowed down on our travels because one of our areas that was our hot spot had become infested with ticks, and a couple of us that had went in there, we ended up everybody got bit. One guy got chiggers. Two of us ended up in the hospital. Place was just overwhelmed. So we had to take a break, and from our hot spot, we checked out a few other areas that didn't have the action. Unfortunately, our hot spot was just tick infested, but I guess that worked good for the creatures that were out there because they don't have to deal with humans because nobody wants to come in there, and fight a bunch of ticks. So we slowed down on that, and just busy working. That was the main thing. And also another thing was that we had found some really great hot spots in Virginia, in the state of Virginia, but we couldn't get the team out there as much as we used to. We got one guy, he's out there now. He actually moved out there, so that's good. So we're going to try to visit him and do some research out there as soon as we can. And another one of the guys, he got busy with his family. He has a wife and kids and everything, so he got busy taking care of them. I was taking care of a few things, so we slowed down, but we haven't stopped. So we're going to get back into it because I think everybody's getting kind of hungry now to get back out there. and get back into the woods and do the research. So we'll be making a comeback.
Well, I hope so. Hey, do you still have? You did have a YouTube channel for a while, right?
Yeah, Into the Night, Bigfoot Paranormal Talk Radio. Yeah, I have that. And that has I did a few interviews for some older Bigfooters because this show was more geared towards. I just didn't want to just do just a whole rack of people every week, which is nice. Don't get me wrong, but I
No, I
wanted to
understand.
I wanted to interview some of the older Bigfooters that had been out there and really, really been in there, and not so much the how do you say the younger, wilder crowd where just anything goes. So I kind of want to do the old.
Well, maybe it's just experience. I think when you start out, you have preconceptions, right?
Mhm.
And you think you got it figured out because, and we all have to go through this. Everyone does this.
Right.
We're all guilty of this when we start off. And so we think we got it all figured out. We watch some videos, we listen to the expert, maybe even read some books on the matter.
Mhm.
But until you get out in the field, you have no idea what's really going on.
Right, right.
You have no.
Definitely.
Once you get in the field, you're like, oh my gosh, the high strangeness is beyond imagination. So,
Mhm. Right, for real. High strange right, you're right, and I tell people that too. I call it that. Sometimes I say it's high strangeness or high weirdness once you get out there and it's different once your boots on the ground. Also, I put a few of those on my YouTube channel was us actually being in the field. So people knew we weren't just sitting at home uh, goofing off. We also did
well, I mean, you went all the way. What year was it that when you hung out with Mark?
Mark and I, we try to do something every year. I think
When did you
last year
start?
was
When's the first year you started?
I think we started 2017, I think.
I thought it
I think
was as early as that. Yeah.
yeah, I think it was 2017, and we always had a good time. So we would get together like once a year, and we just always and he brings like a lot of he's really fun. He's a great guy. He's fun to be around. He's really energetic and like sometimes when you're out here in the field and you're looking for things, whatever you're looking for, Bigfoot, Dogman, whatever you're looking for, ghost hunters or whatever. Sometimes you just have dry periods where nothing's happening. But sometimes we would have slow periods where we just we're not getting a lot of action. But when Mark stepped on, I'm thinking about you, Mike. When Mark stepped on the scene, it was fantastic, and it was just a lot of
Well, he
action.
kind of opened up all our eyes to the tree structure
Right,
circumstance.
right.
Hey, before we go any further, are you on? You must be on a phone. Do you have like buttons on the where you can like share camera, or on the side it says about comments or says comments? You could watch the comments because that way
Yeah, that'd be great. I gotta see.
you should be able to do this. Now, I had this problem with from Bill from oh
Oh,
god.
great! I got it. I got it. I got it.
Okay,
Comments. Okay.
okay. So
Okay. I see.
folks, so now you don't have to depend on me posting it. If you have any comments, or you want to say something to Brother David, you just go ahead and do it, and he should be able to see it. And then one of the things I neglected with Maryland's Squatch Watcher Bill is I forgot to tell him that he could watch the comments. I just
Mhm.
assumed you should be able to, if you look at the buttons, do you know what I mean?
This
But
is great.
so, anyways,
This is great. Yeah, we actually, brother Mike, it was so funny, and I wonder, and I bet you a lot of these guys, because with me driving a truck now, I'm starting to see a lot of guys. They have a couple of Bigfooters are starting to put the Bigfoot symbol on their trucks, not well, they're whatever they're driving, their car, their jeeps, whatever. So sometimes I'm wondering, like, are these the people that are in our community? So sometimes because I'll look at them, but a lot of times they're kind of in their own world. But what I'm going to start doing, and I'll let everybody know this that is in the state of Maryland or Virginia, I'm going to put the a Bigfoot symbol on my work truck and my personal truck. So if you see it and you see me, and just honk or stop me, we talk or whatever because I'm starting to see a lot of people with the Bigfoot symbol, and I'm wondering, are they part of our community, or who are they? Are they?
Well, yeah, I think so. I think that's what's. I think it's becoming more. That's that's the man right there, man.
Thank you.
And
Oh, that's when I had some weight.
yeah.
Oh,
This is that image that I remember. I just the panda entity. Man, how many times have I filmed something that looked just like a panda?
mhm,
You know what I'm talking about right here?
right,
I think
and
we talked
that's
about.
yeah, and see, this is our one of our areas. This is actually an area that I return to from time to time. We go here. Actually, we have a good time in this area because the structures are they're just crazy. It's just like Mark called it. It's just chaos everywhere. A good chaos, not a bad chaos. Um, Now, some of these things I'll take because what I learned when I first started doing the pictures in the woods, one Bigfooter, and I forgot his name, but he said, take a picture. He said, first of all, take a picture of everything. And then he said, yeah, that one was, I was by myself. And this was kind of a creepy night because it was going
Did
from
you
daytime to
film?
night.
Did you film the presence?
No, this one, actually, this is kind of when I first started. I remember this was like 2017, I think. And I saw this, not we, because I was by myself then. Um, this was actually some woods near a school.
Of course.
And this was near a school.
I'm serious about that. How many times I filmed something near a preschool
Hmm.
or school? Was near school or it's just true. They pay attention to us. People
Uh-huh.
don't think it, but go ahead.
Yeah, and this is not far. This is probably about an hour away from, let's see, Washington, D.C. I don't want to give the exact location because this was actually a very good spot. And he was back there. And when I saw him and I took the shot, it was kind of creepy because before I saw him, I saw what looked like a fox, but it looked like a huge fox with a hump on the back.
Uh-huh.
I didn't get I
Is
didn't
that
get the
is that
fox.
the reason we started getting into this dogman stuff as well? Is that
Actually, it,
no?
n- no, I didn't get into the dogman stuff because of it. The fox did, it let me know that the dogman, uh, critters or creatures were actually roaming. But at the time when I saw the huge fox, I didn't really know about Dogman, to tell you the truth. Um, but the fox creature was doing his thing. I mean, he had this huge hump on his back, and I was worried because I mean I was so far back in the woods at this time. It wouldn't have mattered if I ran, so I didn't run. He looked at me, I looked at him, and he was walking, and he walked, and he did his own thing. So it was one of those situations where uh he caught me off guard, and it wasn't one of those things where I'd follow him. I might do it now because I'm a little bit more used to them now, but at that time I was, like I said, I was just so far back, and then dealing with this little one right here. um I saw him. It gave me a little shock, but it wasn't bad because he didn't I didn't see him as a threat, like, oh, he's gonna come after me. um and I knew the way that he was looking through the trees, and when I got this, I saw it, but I didn't accept it for my mind couldn't totally fathom that it was one of the creatures looking at me. You see,
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
I was like, okay,
And a
well,
lot of
maybe.
people will complain. Well, first of all, this 2017. You're probably using uh, a phone.
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, yeah.
And so the quality of picture is not going to be there, but I could see clearly there was something there.
Mhm.
Um, um, and here's the other thing: even if you and now, like even when I use like a P900, there are times when I take pictures of these things, and they're so quote unquote blurry. And part of the reason why that is there. I mean, there's. I honestly think they're ultra dimensional beings.
Yeah, that's what I'm learning. Yeah,
They're
I'm learning that.
energetic, so they're this,
Yeah.
this shiver, that the energy that comes off them, and then on top of that, all the hair and everything else. You're never going to get a perfect. There. I'm not saying never, but it's the Patterson film was a once in a lifetime gift to humanity, if you
Right.
will. And the rest of us who have been out there and are seeing these things, we realize that most time we do see something, there ain't no, you don't even have a camera.
Mhm.
What's funny though with this image though that I find interesting. There's more than one thing going on, but like this hands covered here and hands right there. And if you ever knew there was hands grabbing up, but anyways, now you
Well,
look
there
at
was a lot.
it,
Yeah, there was actually a lot.
there's a big green entity right there. You can see the hands. I,
Mhm.
I can watch. Can you? And maybe you can't see the image, but and this is not
Yeah, I see that. Like,
paranoia.
right.
Those are fingers, man. And there's another set right there. I started to learn how to find the fingers too. There's always hands whenever you film these things. There's going to be hands somewhere.
Mhm.
That's what I learned. I think that. Anyways, go ahead. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so it's okay. So, well, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this neat. Now, this is we're not sure if it's fact or whatever, but as you know, in the Bigfoot community, uh, or the cryptid community, is hearsay. Now, this is what I heard about the Patty situation. The Patty situation actually, the Squatches that are, I guess, super intelligent, supposedly, now this is only allegedly, and it's not me, somebody else said it, but they said that Patty had it was a mistake what Patty did by letting herself be seen, and the Squatches of today, of our time, because I'm assuming either Patty's either gone on to a better place or she's still existing perhaps, but I'm just assuming from the time period that she's passed away by now. But um, it was said that the Squatches of today um, were talking to a woman who actually grew up with the Bigfoot, and this woman had said that our Bigfoot of our time were very upset at Patty, and what Patty did was a very big mistake. Not trying to dishonor Patty, but just saying this was some hearsay. Uh, that what Patty did, she was supposed to have the capabilities to cloak herself or hide, but she was shown, and a lot of Bigfoots of this time kind of considered her kind of like the one Squatch who made the biggest mistake, because as you know, nobody's gotten, or at least nobody's come forth with the footage as clear as Patty. I mean, I'm sure there's probably somebody who probably has even more images better than Patty, but they're,
Sure.
probably not giving them up or too scared to show them or whatever.
So with that's what MK. He said he talked to the dude that said that. Yeah, actually, me and MK did a show today, and it was fantastic. And it was about
MK is great.
yeah. We went over the Sasquatch that he filmed.
Did he do the one? I wish I was off today because I would love to
Yeah,
hop
we'll go
on with you.
back. Yeah.
Did
Hey,
you
by the
did
way,
he
talking about hopping, can I let the bring if it is it all right if anybody wants to join us in this conversation? Because you're a lot of us have been around, know about you, but hardly anybody
thank you.
talked to you. If I put an invite in the comment section and somebody wants to join us, is it okay? They can say hi to you.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So like Brown Dwarf or any of the other guys, Jared or any of you guys wanted to say and give, maybe some encouragement and respect to our brother David to get his
Oh, thank
butt
you.
back out there and start doing his research. So
I'm trying to get back at it. Brown Dwarf is we're actually online buddies, and we when we get together, we we get like kids. We joke constantly.
I'm hoping this month
Brown is so
I
much
haven't got a
fun, man.
chance to reach out to you, Brown, but I hope that you join me as well because he's got he understands too that the ultra dimensional supernatural aspect of this whole thing. So, and he's not ashamed to talk about it. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are afraid to talk about it. You got to take a side.
Right, right, and you have to understand within the Bigfoot realm or Bigfoot world or Bigfoot community or Bigfoot high school, you have to understand that this is what you deal with. This is not cut and dry. It's not black and white. Once you get into this, and if you want to express yourself through it, not everybody's going to agree or see eye to eye because we don't have um we, we don't have the hard truth, so to speak. It's not somebody that says, okay, it's like this. Bigfoot is like this. Sasquatch is like this. Dogman is like this. Mothman is like this. We have to deal with the information that we can get from being in the field, from legends, from storytelling, campfire stories, all this stuff we have to merge together. You know, it's not a directory, it's not a huge phone book on 1-800 call Bigfoot for information. It's not, you know, it's not like that. So people have to understand.
Very Fortean, as they say. Hey
Yeah.
guys, if you did missed it, anybody wants to join the conversation, I left a link in the comments box. All you have to do is follow the links. StreamYard. It's very simple. You can come join us and say hi. If you don't want to, most times people don't want to do it, but if you want to, don't be afraid. And nobody's gonna, you know, we're all cool here. So I think, yeah. So you're right. It's so. Uh, the, how do we say this?
I know. See, it's
Well, a good way of saying it is the Fortean, and it's this anomalous, um, paranormal kind of aspect to it. And at times it's flesh and blood for sure, but other times it's, I mean, it's like we're chasing ghosts.
Mhm. Yeah, and there are a lot. We do have. Well, that's another thing we do have in the Bigfoot community. We do have a few ghost hunters, but like you say, it's like you're chasing a ghost or you're chasing a fugitive, and that's how I tell people, especially when you're doing research or in the field.
Right.
Try to look at it as you're chasing a fugitive, somebody that doesn't want to be seen, they don't want to be caught, and they don't want to be bothered. Um, and that will usually help you to get better results when you understand that it's not just going to be some 10-foot tall, hairy, bionic, Bigfoot man looking creature standing there letting you take a picture of him or her. It's not like that.
So there's a whole bunch of different things in the woods.
It is. It
Because
is.
when we started this, the first image that I shared with you is those little people I filmed.
Hmm. And little people have been around for a while. And then I heard, not heard, I've actually seen, and you may know his channel and his name. He does the, the 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 gnomes of Ireland or something, but he has footage of them. And it looks good. His stuff is good. Like you can see the little people running around, but I think he's doing like I forget what he does.
Well,
The
there's
gnome.
there's there's one guy that he's really good with computer generated images,
Mhm,
and he fakes a lot of that stuff, and it makes it very real.
mhm.
And I don't know if it's the same guy, but he's a professor, and he's actually a professor in cinematography
Okay.
and uh, computer generated images. And so, but he does a fantastic. I don't think it's maybe it's the same guy. Um,
Erwin Saunders
I
or
think that's
Erwin
who it
Saunders.
is. I mean, he's no,
Pixies. He calls them pixies.
yes. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that to knock him. He actually
Right.
says that's what he's doing. He says he's he's um, acting.
Uh, oh, okay. Well, he broke my heart because I
Yeah,
thought it was real.
but saying that doesn't mean that they're not real and that the people
Right.
are
Right. True.
filming them. You know what I mean? I wish it was as because you know what, that'd be real inspiring. And when I first watched it, I was like, man, this is awesome. And I remember it was like last year when I watched it,
Mhm.
and I spent like a day researching it and all that. It's like, oh, and he blatantly says, he just it's all theater.
Mhm.
It's all
It-
computer generated images. That's his. It says that's what his. He's the dean of that department of that university on cinematography and computer generated images.
Well, we know who to go to if we want to learn filmmaking
Yeah,
in
smart
Scotland,
dude. You know
Ireland,
what I
wherever
mean?
it is. Yeah,
So, what is the image here? Is this not that's not the same one? No, this is a different one, right?
well, what happened was there was another guy. He actually got several of them. He was nice and I forgot his name, but he was really good because he could find more in my images than I could. Because a lot of times I was naive. Well, I still am naive. But when I go out, I take pictures of everything, but I keep going because it's so much land to cover and so it's so little time. So when I took this, the guy had actually found it was like five or six together by the little one that you saw.
Yeah.
They were they were actually around, but I didn't see those until the guy uh, had how you say enlarged the picture. So actually, when I saw the little one, I didn't know that his whoever they were, his brother, sisters, mother, father, grandmother, whoever his family or his friends were around. But he had spotted all these, and they were actually there, and I didn't know. they, they could have had me for lunch or dinner. But
Well,
this,
this one reminds me of when they stack up in totem, and it like
mhm,
it seems it's one, but it's more than one.
mhm.
Does that make sense? Did you see
No,
one?
no, yeah, I know totally what you mean. Some people get pictures where it is like a totem style of them, and just like you say, if it has a what do you call it, a interdimensional type thing, or they're coming through some kind of portal or something, it may not be the physical form that we think with our minds. Like it should be one head, one body, two arms, two legs.
Right. Mhm.
If they're coming through something or they're coming from a spiritual side, we can't you know
Well,
just
that's it. Here's the
say anything
thing.
about that.
We don't see these things. Although you said you did see the other one, right? So, for instance, let's go back to you saw this guy.
Right. And
You,
then
so no, hold on a second before we go on, David. Not just be rude, but so you saw the guy and you actually took a picture. Now, people don't realize how rare that is. There's one time, most of in fact, all my close encounters in my and the best sightings I had,
mhm,
I didn't have a camera. There was no camera to take a picture, right?
mhm,
And the best images that I've ever had, I never saw them.
right.
Does that make sense? And so when I
Totally.
try to get you put the two together, that you actually saw something and you actually filmed it,
Mhm,
that's pretty rare.
mhm.
It really is.
Yeah, well, I say, I learned, and from listening to the older Bigfooters, they always said whether you see something or not, take as many pictures. Now, don't go crazy. Some people go crazy and just put out anything with nothing in the pictures. What I do is you examine all your pictures, but you make sure that you get the shots, and then you examine them later. That way cause so you don't want to miss your opportunity, because a lot of times, as you know, and I know, and a lot of other Bigfooters know, we we miss opportunities sometimes that we can get a good shot or we can get a picture because we're not prepared. So I always tell people, make sure you take your phone or your cam, whatever you choose, your video camera, whatever your tool of choice is, and try to always be prepared and ready, because it hurts. It's a lot of people I know, they said, man, I missed that money shot, and and it haunts them. And I say, well, just always remember, be prepared, and hopefully you'll get that shot that you desire, you know.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too, and I figured this out ironically before I discovered Scott Carpenter, but soon thereafter I interviewed him in 2017, and about filming behind you and to the side.
Oh yeah, yeah,
'Cause,
yeah.
they're peeping at us, and they're not, and they know. Look, I am 100% convinced at this point that they know where you're going,
Oh yeah.
when you're going, if they're going to show themselves or not.
Oh
I
yeah.
think they're more in control of this whole situation than we want to give credit.
Oh, definitely, definitely. We feel that we're mankind or womankind, and we feel that we control every situation. We don't. That's their bedroom, that's their home. They know when you're walking down that hallway, so to speak. They know when you're going into that room, so to speak. They know everything. They know when you're going to the bathroom too out there. So
John
it's
Wesley, how's it going, man? Do you know John?
yeah,
John
John. Oh yeah,
Wesley.
yeah, yeah. John's my brother. Yeah.
Okay.
And Diesel. Diesel's here too. That's my big brother.
So you
Uh,
guys, do you work with? I didn't real. Do you guys work together out in the field? You and Diesel?
no, actually, Diesel's in another state. I can't
Well,
say because that's his business.
well,
But
well. Diesel. Are you the same Diesel as Diesel in New Jersey?
no, that's different. He's
That's
different.
different.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's a different
All
one.
right. Okay. So there we go. Now we got it all figured out. So
Right,
I get it out. So so John's part of the crew. Diesel
hmm
2K's part of the crew.
right.
Now I get it. Okay. Well, if you guys
For the
part of the
wild
crew, I just gave you an invite.
the
Come
wild
aboard and
bunch.
talk, man. There's an invite right there. It says there O.R.D. 3 StreamYard or O.R.D. 2, the Fortean Eremite. Take any one of those and just follow directions and join the conversation, man. Don't be strangers. Encourage our brother to get back out there and do some field work.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I'm getting back out there, because I'm gonna try to actually I'm gonna try to I heard there's a lot of activity in Georgia. I'm hearing this a lot, so I want to get out there. I don't certain information I can't tell everything because certain people don't want me to tell everything, so I have to respect that. But I
Sure.
heard Georgia's really picking up activity. So I've got to get out there and back to Virginia. But Maryland, we had a lot of we've had a lot of action, so I definitely got to get back out here. Um,
Yeah, my situation is there's almost activity in my area, my town. There's no point in going anywhere else.
and yeah, and that's
Honestly,
hey, that's great.
honestly, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
it's like
great.
I'm not sure it's bragging at all. I just think I think it's more common than people realize.
So, brother Mike, what state are you in?
I live in Northwest Ohio, right on the border of Michigan, in a
Oh
in
yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
an area. If you look at like the reports,
Mhm.
there's not even a report in my area, and yet
What?
I have had two very close encounters in which the things were 15 feet in front of my mug, and I've had numerous sightings, and I have a ton of images, and I'm just like, I just can't believe I can be the only person in the area that's seeing this stuff. But maybe I am. But I wonder sometimes if we, in a way, manifest this stuff, summon this stuff into our life because we are actually pursuing it.
Well, I think it's two. I think it's that, and also I think some things happen uh just from cause and effect. I think some of the things we summon, I think some of the things just happen because you can't control everything around you. It's just like coming around the corner and you bump into that special man or woman, and then later down the road you're married. So you can't
Yeah,
certain things,
it's predetermined. It's like
some things, yeah.
it's how much. It's like when you have these encounters and these experiences where you film something. It's like how much it's you doing the research to take the camera and taking the picture, then looking through the stuff and doing it. But that's about the only choice you have in any of this.
Right. Right, because we're not in control as we think we are. And then, it's different situations, especially now if you're talking about researching in the field, boots to the ground. You you have, how
MT,
can I say? You have oh, MT Paranormal, nice logo. Uh, y-
it's crazy. Him and cameraman, they did a video in which they went to this area in East Ohio,
mhm,
and it wasn't very. I was like maybe hour and a half.
mhm.
And it was interesting their strategy and the things that were coming out of that voice box or whatever they call it. It was crazy. It was like,
Oh,
but it makes a lot of sense. And actually, it had a lot of revealed a lot of stuff. And I want Mike to come on and talk about all the things that were being said because I strongly believe that what's going on in the woods, just like everything else in this system that we live in a system of darkness and light, good
yes,
and evil,
yes, yes,
day and night, and
yes.
so there are good spirits in the woods and there's evil spirits in the woods,
Right.
and there's spirits that, when I say evil, what I'm saying is, like I was saying to Mike, is like basically, all these negative comments and basically get the heck out. You know what I mean? Eventually, he got to the point where he realized, man, maybe it's time to get the heck out. And I do believe that they have a strong connection with the trees
Mhm,
and elemental spirits,
mhm.
and we're dealing with multiple aspects of things going on here. So when you think you know, I think I see as a mistake that a lot of Bigfooters make. I think it's only through time do you come to this realization that when you're in the woods, you're going to confront more than just Bigfoot or a dogman or a cryptid. You're going to be dealing with spirits that Native Americans have been talking about, and our ancestors have been talking about. If you had Christian background, they talk about these things too in
Oh
their
yeah.
own way. There's a reason why they did it. It's because they're real. And it's not a religious thing, it's not a faith thing. We're dealing with something that's 100% legit, and it should not be just simply avoided because it offends one's world point of view, you know what I mean, or worldview. If we are true researchers, we need to take into account all aspects of it? Do you even try to understand it?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just like everybody has to understand. And one thing I tell people is kind of to make a uh, have a little fun for our Bigfoot community is that you have to look at the Bigfoot community like a high school. You have your jocks, which would be like us, the guys in the field, the football players. You have your educated ones who are uh, uh, the ones who do their online research, which that's good too. Nothing wrong with that. Those would be the kids that are getting the straight A's, and then you have your uh, other guys, the what do you call them? You have your what they can call the outsiders. You have your talented ones, and that's how the Bigfoot community is. You have all these different type of people, but you have to try your best to um, be open to each other's points because we do not have, like I said, we don't have God didn't set a book down and say, okay, this is Bigfoot, this is everything that you need to know. He lets us discover things on our own. Certain things he's not going to tell you everything. This is, this is his creation or whatever's going on. But we have to understand and make sure that we listen to each other in the Bigfoot community because you have to understand we are not the majority. We are actually the minority in this world because most people do not know about these things. They don't want to be bothered with them. They don't understand them. A lot of people in the Bigfoot community think, oh, well, the whole world knows about Bigfoot. They don't. The Bigfoot community is not the majority. We are the minority. That's why we all have to stick together. No matter what you believe, Dogman or Bigfoot or Mothman or UFO or aliens are, we have to trade and share the information amongst each other, not how they say hate on each other or put each other down for different beliefs. That's what causes division in the Bigfoot community. We don't want the division. We want to come together so that we can show the outsiders
Well,
our information.
if the goal is the pursuit of the truth,
Right.
and if we can agree on that,
Right.
wherever it takes us, even if it takes us to places where it's very uncomfortable and quite maybe even be embarrassing at times, but
Yeah.
that's where it takes us.
Right.
What are we looking here, bro? What is this, man?
Okay.
I mean, I know what I'm looking at, but what is it?
Okay. Can you? Okay. This one. This one of mine? I'm taking so
It
many. I can't
sure is
remember.
one of yours, and it's a very
Okay.
bizarre tree, like
Okay, that
thing
must
going
have
on
been one. Yeah, because that tree
structure.
looks crazy. That tree
Look right
looks crazy.
there,
Yeah, that
and
looks crazy.
it's this one's really cool looking, just the way it looks. It almost looks like human, but then in the background there,
Because sometimes I'll get back there and
that,
be honest with you, I'll goof off and just take pictures or whatever. So I
yeah,
don't know
no,
what the heck I was thinking about with this
that
one.
turns out to be sometimes the best images we ever get. But there's something
Yeah,
right there, and you look closer. Is that a leaf or is that? Maybe it's just a leaf.
right. I couldn't tell you
Maybe
from this picture.
maybe I got thrown off there. Hey, I think I got thrown off. So then, what's this? Then there must be some kind of glyph or some kind of tree structure, a small one that you just. Oh, okay.
And
It's
I'm
cool
wondering, yeah,
looking.
maybe at the time, maybe I was, yeah. And then this, right? This, okay. Now this is our
This
hot.
one's got a lot of stuff going on. I
Yeah,
know
this
for
was a
sure.
yeah, this is our hotspot area. This we have heavy pine forest back here. Um, this one, I think I took a picture of this just because the this pine area I go into a lot of times, even if I have a bunch of people with me, I'll separate and go here by myself. It's like a whole little creepy area that I go to by myself. That's strictly just the pine tree. I don't think I was seeing anything at this time. I might have just got a picture of the pine tree or to the left where it looks like two eyes and a beak at that time, because this may be one of my 2016. Now my 2016 and my 27.
These are early. A lot of these are early images. Yeah,
Yeah, the early images, I
the
didn't
quality
know.
is not going to be as good because of
Right.
camera, right?
Yeah, and I didn't understand. Well, I still don't understand, but I didn't know what I was doing half the time back then. But Excuse me.
But I do think, from my observation and my own personal research, that the older digital cameras seem to pick up something what I would call more ethereal spirits. Now, when you first,
Ethereal, yeah.
yeah, people say this, oh, this is pareidolia and all that kind of stuff. But when you get past all that nonsense,
Mhm.
all right, and you say, okay, yeah, there's pareidolia out there, and then there's something else going on too. I truly believe that one of the main reasons why they even created a camera was, first and foremost, to film spirits. Why? Because
Yeah.
the vast majority of people that are running the show in this joint
Mhm.
are involved with spirit worship. Now, whether you believe that or not, or whether you appreciate it or not, doesn't make a difference. The fact of the matter is, the vast majority of prime ministers, presidents, uh, governors, billionaires. Not even billionaires. So billionaires, they don't, play with astrology. They live by it,
Yeah, yeah, that's what I
and
heard.
they do, and they do believe. And one of the things that they have been obsessed about for hundreds of years, probably forever, is how they're going to film these entities that they interact with,
Hmm.
called spirits. And you can whatever you want to call them. You call them interdimensional beings. You call them spirits. Light and beings, energy beings. I don't. It doesn't really matter because we're still missing the. We still, I don't know if we have the right words yet to describe what we're dealing with.
Right, right.
But it seems to me that it's pretty self-evident that the reason why they designed a camera is not so you and I could do a family portrait, but
Right.
so they could film these things they've been interacting with. And that's the reason why they put so much time and energy, and why that came out just about the same time as the steam locomotion and the steam engine. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so, anyways, that's my rant, and I just it, so one just does a little research looking at, or just really just thinks about it. It makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So, what's going on there? I hear something in the background.
Mm.
It's
Something
you.
coming.
Yeah.
Maybe you see you're getting those goals coming now. You're talking
Hey,
about.
man. I mean, look, it could be. I mean,
Well,
it's silly to say no, or that it's not true, when every single culture that ever existed says it is so.
well, yeah, yeah, and I mean, like when you were talking about the camera thing. Actually, if you look back in history, I think it was like maybe the 16th of when the camera was not first invented, but a few years after. If you notice, now I don't approve of seances. I'm only saying this because this is what I've read. And if you look at some of the old time pictures where they had seances and things, you'd see the ectoplasm coming out of people's mouths, and the camera caught that. It caught
Yeah.
those spirits coming through. Now, once again, I don't suggest anybody do that. You don't want to conjure anything because you don't know where it's coming from. But just pointing out what you said to back up your fact that the camera did seem like at one time it was used for not just family portraits, but it was also used for just catching spirits on film. And if you can look for yourself online,
Yeah.
and you'll see the ectoplasm. But yeah, now this structure, this was great. I
This is amazingly woven together and everything. Go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
this was crazy. This was actually we were in the mountains of Virginia, and now this was one of the nights that we messed up ourselves bad. The night previous, I got this when we were leaving. Actually, we were leaving this day. I caught it out the corner of my eye when we were driving from our camping site to leave back to Maryland. I was blessed to get this. Um,
This
Blessed
is
to get this shot. So I went back here a couple feet from the main road leaving our campsite, and I got this last minute. The night previous, uh, we had my partner, John, my buddy. He had one of the Bigfoots that actually came across a river, and he was sleeping in a hammock. Um, and that would have been his first eye to eye sighting, but unfortunately, it had shocked him, and he got scared, so he didn't get to see it. And one of the squatches had walked past my tent, but I thought it was John because John is big. He's like 6 foot, I think 5'11" or 6 foot. 200 something pounds. So I thought it was him that walked past my tent the night previous. So I didn't think anything of it. Well, come to find out the next day, he told me, he said he was in the hammock. He heard the Bigfoot coming across a river because we camped right beside a river because they like to walk up and down the river. So he got scared and he scared the Bigfoot. So the Bigfoot had ran off. But I asked him, I said, John, did you walk past my tent that, last night? He said, no, I didn't walk past your tent. I said, oh God, we both goofed up. I said, man, I could have, you know, had the camera ready and got a good up close of the Squatch because I just thought that was him walking past the tent. I didn't know it was a Squatch. But the next day I found a footprint and I'll hopefully I can find it because I have so many pictures from those years. But I have the footprint where it's right next to where we set our campfire. So and that was right by my tent. But I just didn't know. I was so frustrated with myself because I said, well, that's just John. It's not a Squatch or anything. But I could have really got a really good shot. And but yeah, this was a really really intertwined structure. You could really see that's not nature.
Yeah.
Nature, that's not.
Are you sure about that? That sure looks natural to me.
Yeah, so that's
I'm
not
gonna go
nature.
back a little bit to this thing before we go on with this. So
Okay.
you and John, okay. John hears something, he gets freaked out, he yells at, it, but yet you're sleeping and you didn't hear a thing.
Well, no, John didn't say anything. He was totally silent, totally silent. So John didn't say anything. He was just, and I guess it shocked him so much. But
So,
it,
but okay, let's go. So John did hear something, but you didn't hear anything.
I think John heard that thing coming across the river.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because how many times in research have we heard this over and over again where one dude hears something or sees something, the other guy's like, just like in La La Land, doesn't even hear anything or see anything. And so, I mean, this is an important data point, and it's something that should not be just glossed over because there is something going on in them woods. And how is it that one dude can hear it, he can see it, he can even feel it, he can, and the other person in the tent over, or even in the same tent, can't hear a thing and doesn't. You wake up in the morning, did you hear that? Did you see that? No, and they go, what are you coming? How could you not have heard that? You know what I mean? And it's a good question to ask. How
Mhm.
could you not have heard that?
No, that's great. I'm glad you asked that. And it's basic as this. I think because we didn't have a lot of action like that day previous, we were all over the area. I mean, we hiked everywhere. And we didn't get a lot of structures, we didn't get any footprints, we didn't get any feces or anything. We just didn't get any evidence. So that night, really, to tell you the truth, I think I bedded down. When I went in my tent, I pretty much said, okay, I'm just going to put on my radio and just call it a night because I really didn't think we would get any action, to be honest with you. And unfortunately, it taught me a lesson that you might not have all the action you want when you're looking for these things at once. So you have to be on guard. You have to be in the moment, and you have to be ready and prepared no matter what. And I guess John and I had to learn. We both learned a tough lesson that night because,
Yeah, but that's easier said than done.
yeah, and, and,
I don't
and
mean that. I mean, how could I honestly think people talk about infrasound, but I think there's even something deeper going on here.
mhm,
I think they can even influence your awareness. They
mhm,
can cause you to become very this whatever they're using. Maybe it is connected part of the spirit realm too.
yeah,
So that somehow they're able to make you drowsy, tired,
mhm,
and make sure that and at the same time make the other dude or researcher super aware and alert and fear and sense the dread and fear and all that.
mhm,
I do believe that they have that ability to. It's part of that trickster spirit thing that the Native Americans talk about a little bit,
mhm.
and that is they have the ability to mess with us.
Yeah, and I don't, I, I can't say yay or nay, but it does. I mean, it makes sense, and I don't see why not. And for example, they even say like, I think what is it is it the I think the tiger and the leopard can give off like the infrasound.
Right.
which can make you fear.
No.
I think feel fear or panic or something like that. Um, I've and I don't see why they can't. I can see a Bigfoot doing that. I don't see why they
Well,
couldn't.
I think when we're going out in the field and we need to address all these data points and all these possibilities. So if you so next time you guys go out in the field and you camping somewhere for the night, be aware of that.
Yes.
Be conscious about it, supportive to each other, and say, okay, let's pay attention to what's going on to us internally, psychologically, and etc. And if there's, and see what respect each other's. I know it's a very difficult thing, but if we could get to the point where you say, okay, the each re- each researcher's experience holistically.
Hmm.
That's not just with our own eyes, but that's all the biological things going on. That's the electromagnetic chemistry that's going on in us, and it's also, does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
and
talk about it. Don't like hide it, but say, dude, this is what happened to me last night, and this is what happened to you last night. Let's compare notes and what was the difference? What? Because hey, as strange as this may sound, we'll say maybe it was something you ate the night before or whatever that just made you that much more alert or whatever.
pinto beans.
Right. The blazing saddles type of thing, you know what I mean?
You will be blazing some saddles after pinto beans. But
But
you're right, brother
yeah,
Mike. You're right. And also, and take it from me, actually, me and John making that mistake. Also, you should do, and what we should have done, and we didn't think about it. You should do a 2-hour watch for each team member. Each team member does 2 hours, and the next one and then they go ahead, bed down for the night, and then the other team member, and you just keep switching off between 2 and 3 hours. You have somebody awake and alert.
here's another
Not
thing.
everybody should be asleep. Not everybody should be asleep.
If you're going with a multiple group of people, you say you're going with a half a dozen.
Right.
Here's another idea. Just throwing it out here, right? And just thought about it, and I think it actually would make a difference as far as some information. So let's say we have a couple different people awake at any given time. One person is awake inside the tent,
Right.
another one is awake outside the tent. Does that make sense? Inside and
Yeah.
outside,
Oh yeah.
right? I have another person say that is sleeping. If you get like a recorder and see what happens in their situation, and I think we might be shocked to find out that one person hears something, another person hears absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying? All in a given moment,
Mhm.
and then that gives us, some information to work with and say, listen, this is the possibility. It's a real possibility that we're
Mhm.
dealing with something like I say, like many others. I'm not a woo person. I don't even like that term. I think it's so disrespectful. I think that we're talking about something that has to be
Mhm.
ultra dimensional, something that they manipulate many different, you mean the ether,
Mhm.
environment around them, the trees themselves. I mean, it's at the same time end up manifesting in the flesh.
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah, I know it sounds absolutely strange, but think about the
No, it can be
Bible.
true because yeah, I mean, look how hard it is for us to get a clear image. It's nobody has a physical body that we know of. So I agree. At one time, I thought they had to be flesh and blood, but as I've come along and seen all the weird stuff I've seen and heard the weird legends and the tales and all this stuff and the things that people have witnessed, these things can't just be
So
one thing. I believe there's several different things, but they
the
just can't
earth's
be one thing,
prayer.
you know?
Yeah, I mean, so, and I'm not trying to walk over. I'm sorry. I mean, as fellow, I consider us fellow researchers. I mean, when did you start? What about the same time as I did, right? Yeah, I mean, 2016, 17.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, 2016 is when I started
So we
going
started
out.
basically the same time,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so we're not. I would consider ourselves not to be old hats at all, but
Oh no, no.
I don't know if we're even seasoned yet, but we're getting there. I mean, we say we just got our journeyman's card type of thing. You
Right.
know what I mean? But now,
You have a long way to go.
and the thing is, I think because of what the difference in what we've learned, I think if we can be more open minded about, and when it comes to the scientific side of things as well, is to not be so rigid in how just because this is how they said it was supposed to be done doesn't mean we have to keep following that way. That you
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? In other words, let's mix it up a little bit if we can. If you
Right.
are able to think outside the box and encourage each other to think outside the box and not be afraid of it, because I think well, I believe, just like in every other field of research, it's always the people that would think outside the box that end up
That's
finding
right.
the solution. So
Yep.
it's
And I tell people that you have to think out the box. That helps. Also, and it helps you to get results. And that's what I do. A lot of people say, "Oh, I wouldn't do that," and I say, "But that's how I get them. That's how I get the pictures and the videos, so I can bring them back, so that we have some type of evidence to put into the collective, so to speak. Because once you put it online, it goes into the collective for all our research and everything. And I say, you have to learn to think out the box. Like when I started, I used to say, well, they're flesh and blood, and unless you're in Pacific Northwest, you're not going to see one. And that's how I was always when I started. And then I started to find out that's not the truth. These things are everywhere,
that's the thing. Yeah,
everywhere. And uh, even there's one guy. And I loved I forgot his name. You may know his name. I don't know, but he studies the Rangpin deck over in Asia. Um, but he's been doing that for years, and
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name offhand, but I know.
yeah, and I feel bad for him because he hasn't he usually gets he's like a kind of detective, so he'll talk to the natives and the farmers, up in the mountains and all that.
Right.
And they'll give him good leads, but he can't get the evidence that he needs. He can't get anything, and I feel bad for him. But um, I love his passion. Like, and he's been over there for about 11 years trying to study the ring deck, and it's really been difficult for him. But I'd love to meet him just that kind of drive and that passion. Because after 11 years of not getting anything, I don't know how I would be. I don't think I'd be dealing with. It's like you're chasing the love of your life for 11 years, and you're not getting any closer to putting that ring on him or her finger, so you give
Well,
up.
yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing. I understand what you're saying too, but I think in our situation too, at least for me, once I had my first, well, actually, even before I had my first sighting, I think that the moment I walked under that giant teepee structure of my son, the game was on, and there was no way of returning. There was no way of going back. I don't think I even had a choice in the matter. To be honest with you,
Right.
as much as I'd like to say that the man is in charge of everything in my destiny, honestly, I mean, I tried, even after 2018 to just walk away from this stuff. You can't walk away from it.
Mm-mm, no. Some of it can become addictive to
Well,
sometimes.
yeah, it does. It definitely can. I mean, I try to really manage myself when it comes to going out in the field and all that kind of stuff. It's really easy to forget about paying your bills and everything. So,
I
uh,
know.
but what I'm saying is, for me, it is because once you have your encounter, there's like it's life such a life altering experience that you and it's never resolved.
Mhm.
It's like like a traumatic situation in which there's no other therapy for it except to talk to other people who have had encounters,
Right.
who have had experiences, um, and are willing to have these conversations. I think it's like it becomes a form of therapy for us.
It does. It does. Definitely. I agree with you. Because you can't oh yeah, oh my goodness. This was great. That was we were camping. I was with Daniel Benoit and his group, and John and I went out there. This was great, and they had found it was this Bigfoot hair. So what we did, we camped out in the area, and that was another night that we had one of these Sasquatches came up. It didn't come up to my tent that night, but it came up to it was messing with Daniel's tent,
G Reaper.
and it came up to Daniel's tent. But that hair, I'm gonna tell you something. Seeing that hair in real life really, really it inspires you. And this was a big clunk of hair. In the picture, it looked small, but that was a big, and it was beautiful. It would look like silk, and it was gray. So we think the Squatch, this Bigfoot hair, was probably
Hold on a second. You hold that thought, okay?
Mhm.
G Reaper, do you want to talk to me, or do you want to come online and talk to both of us? Who do you want to talk to? Because you can join us if you want to. If you have any questions, say what it is.
Hey, G Reaper.
Do you know him? Lorna says, "Hey, G Reaper. Do you? I can't remember who G Reaper is.
It looks familiar. I'm trying to think.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Well,
Okay.
the link is up there. I'll put the link in. You can come on. We keep going now because this is fascinating about the hair thing.
Oh yeah, so so this was in Virginia, and we actually went out there. We camped the night. We had a good team. We had it was let's see, it was five of us. It was five of us, and the guy, his property that allowed us on his property, so we could see if we could track down the Squatch that had left this hair. Um, we didn't find a lot of evidence. We did find a couple twisted tree breaks and crazy stuff like that, but we didn't find a lot. We didn't get any sounds or anything like that. But the night, I think the one of the Squatches was messing with Daniel's tent. Daniel had a huge tent, but Daniel went in the cabin because the guy had built a cabin on his property. So Daniel and his daughter stayed in the cabin at night. I thought Daniel was in his tent because Daniel's tent was
I'll
behind
bring you
mine.
in a bit. Hold on a second. I'll bring you in a bit, Grim Reaper, or G Reaper. Just let David finish this story, then I'll bring you in. Go ahead,
Okay.
Dave.
So that was another night where, once again, I tell people always have a lookout, have a sentry prepared because I thought it was just Daniel in his tent behind mine, but Daniel said he didn't even go in the tent. He stayed in the cabin with his daughter, and I said, "Oh gosh!" So that thing was messing around with your tent behind me, and that was another time. So that's a hard lesson I learned.
Well,
And
let's look at this right. So, how close was this to your tent?
oh, he couldn't have been more than Daniel's tent was right behind me. So the Bigfoot that was messing with the tent couldn't have been more than maybe f- maybe about 10 feet. Maybe about 10 feet.
Do I understand this is where you found the hair?
There was a guy that found the hair, and I think he let Daniel hold the hair, if I'm correct. I think I never met the guy that found the hair, but he did. I guess he was in association with Daniel. So once Daniel got a hold of the hair, then Daniel called us from Maryland, and then we went out to help him because Daniel's good luck for me. Every time that was our second time together. So whenever I go out with Daniel, because I usually have some action with Daniel. So he's my good luck charm, so to speak. But yeah, so this hair was beautiful. Oh my goodness, it was beautiful. This picture, you can't really feel it, but it was silky, beautiful. It was a dark, like a black and a white. So we're suspecting that the Squatch was probably, if it's they age like we do or anything close to we do, then it was probably like middle age. If we go by human years and just guessing, this is only guessing, it would probably have been about probably between maybe like 50 years of age if they age like us. But the hair was beautiful. It was just beautiful. And I mean, it was very encouraging, very encouraging.
Let's just say, hey, G Reaper, if you want to join us, you can unmute. You're muted right now. All right, man.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, little brother.
Oh, oh, my bad. Oh, that's my brother Diesel. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I forgot Diesel. That's his
He's got a
email.
couple.
G Reaper. I'm sorry, Diesel. I'm sorry. I forgot to use the G Reaper for the email. I'm sorry. That's,
Yeah.
And how
okay,
you
yeah.
guys doing this evening?
We're having a good time. How about you, man?
I see my little brother. He is being so modest. That's why I love him.
I love you too.
Being modest, man. Well,
Oh man.
And I
well,
know
Where's
he wanted to tell you some things about me, but he didn't. But little brother, you can go right ahead if you want to. I'm here.
so
Okay, thanks.
how long have you guys been working together on the field?
Since 2016, but I've been doing this since I was 4. But we met in 2016 because I ran across something I never seen before. And I wish I never seen
Which was
it.
Bigfoot or Dogman?
No, I know. I've been around Bigfoot my whole life. This was one of them upright walking canines.
Okay.
Mr.
Things are nightmares.
Broadwood.
That's when we met.
Yeah, and see, the thing about it, Diesel has all the action, but he has the action that I want, and
I don't
and
want it.
he doesn't want it. And he
So
has some great situation. I don't know what you want to call him. He's had some great situations, or
he's kind of like a magnet, kind
a
of like
magnet for him, right?
guys like
Right.
who end up out of no choice of our own. We end up having more than our share of
I agree.
encounters.
Right. Right.
Yes,
Diesel, yeah, he gets a lot of good stuff. All
too
the action
much.
that I need.
So tell us more about this. Well, shoot, I'll tell you what. You're gonna have to come back on the show, and we'll have to talk about you now. How
Hey, we're
dare
gonna
you?
have a good time because me and my little brother, we're like a team. I support him to the fullest.
Yeah, well, we
So
support
yeah,
each
let's
other.
talk
Yeah.
about your encounters. I mean, it's not like yeah, I was upright dog. You know,
Mm.
I mean, how old were you when that happened?
Me, let me see. Let me see, about 42.
And this was in Maryland.
No, I'm in Georgia. I'm a good
Oh,
old Georgia boy. I'm a
yeah,
southerner.
Georgia. You guys got
Yeah.
some weirdness going on down there, Georgia,
You
Alabama.
just won't believe it. We got too much weirdness going on down here that people don't
I
recognize.
honestly think you got something. This just the number of dogman reports coming out of the southeast is
It's unreal.
Crazy. I
it's
know.
ridiculous. Is what it
It's
is.
I know.
unreal.
Yeah.
It is like
I don't know about the reports, but I know with my encounters with them, it's unreal. It's just too many.
right. Right. Diesel has a lot of action down there. Georgia, the South, and even now I'm gonna tell you, upstate New York and Michigan have getting a lot of the dogman encounters like crazy. All three of those places, Georgia,
I mean,
upstate New York, and
I
Michigan.
filmed something in the middle of my town this in August. I can't. It's like a cross between. We talk about grassmen up here too, but it's like a cross between a Bigfoot and a dogman, and it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it's a really clear image. I mean, I'm more than willing to share it here now if you guys want to see it. I
Yeah,
share it in
please,
my.
that'd be
Yeah,
great.
go ahead.
You guys are talking. I'll share it, but you tell us about. So I mean, so you got a guy from Georgia and a guy from Maryland
Yes.
hooking up. How did that happen? Of all things, tell me.
I was stationed up there in Maryland and we met just by chance because, one day I was sitting on my back porch and I knew I had Bigfoot back there. Ugh. But and one day I was sitting back there and I seen this thing running up and down the trail, up and down, galloping like a dog, but it was too big to be a dog. You had to go up about 3, 4 feet, and then you look up and like, hey, this thing height is like 7 feet on the full trot. And it got blue eyes. I'm like, what has blue eyes? So I start Googling and going on YouTube trying to see what has blue eyes. And couldn't get no answer, no information. So one day I went back there looking for it. I found it. Well, I found them. Things of nightmares that should not be seen.
Some nightmares.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, dreams are a big part of this. They're really. I mean, I had a dream today after I did an interview with M.K. Davis during the day. I had one, and this is the crazy thing, right? So I like this open valley, right? There's an open valley, and all that, and I do this Bigfoot howl, and I get this howl back, and it scares the living daylights out of me, and I run, right? But here's
I'm
the
sorry.
thing. So no, don't worry about it because it's a dream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing is, in the dream, I end up like my mom passed away in 2021. So my
Sorry to hear that.
mom interacted with it, and one of my siblings, and a couple of my nephew or niece, and my son. And I'm looking at that, and I'm like, and it was total chaos. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what the heck? I would have been better off in the dream if I just would have stayed there and not ran. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because there's more chaos that ensued in my life with people around me, and some were even the spirit form. And I just find that, well, I mean, I've had, and I know part of it's the psychology and subconscious, and because of having these conversations, so it's going to plant that in our brains. But the same token, when I start doing this stuff, because I take breaks from it because it gets kind of heavy for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? The interviews, I know when I talk about my experiences or I do interviews, something's going to be happening to me. It's just going to be when you talk about this stuff or you do your research, something's going to be happening down the road. So, now, anyways, if you guys see the image here, this is like there's a TP structure in the middle of my town, right? Nothing. It's about my buddy stand. I have a video, maybe 9-10 feet tall, right?
That's nice. That's very nice.
But on the side right there, there's an entity right there. It's doing his peeking. Not perfect. And I'll just bring it in more, and then eventually I'll get to it. You can see right there, there's like a log right here, and there's a dry bit, and it's right there. It's pretty big, actually.
That's nice.
It's right
Okay,
there.
I'm gonna tell you something about what you just said. When I was out there hunting for these upright walking canines, I hate calling them dog men, but somebody gave them that name, so that's what everybody running with. I don't like to run with what people give this, like the status quo with.
Yeah, I want you to look at that image and we'll get to it, but you can start to see.
Oh.
You see his eyes, his nostrils, his mouth. His funny, like they got these funny ears. The dogmen do. People report about how these have like almost horizontal ears. Let me show you. It's got a gray face. See that? That's his ears.
Oh yeah.
There's his mouth. There's his nose. There's his eyes. You can see like where the eye. But weird, his eye is gray, and then there's how furry and fuzzy that the hair is. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty clear once you focus on it. You go, even though it's a half a face, it's a half a body. It's pretty damn clear. It's not pareidolia. There's nothing pareidolia about that.
Gotcha.
Can you see it?
Yes.
And if you don't have to, if you say no, let me know and I'll help you with you. I will work on it. But I don't want. It's because now
I'm fascinated with the structure though. The structure, just like that structure that you got, that really fascinates me because it's so perfect.
See, again, my little brother's being modest because I have TP structures like that. I have arches. I have tons of pictures from all over this area. But he has what I call Bob the Builders.
Bob
These are giant logs. I'm talking about whole trees that they make structures out of.
Oh, I know. Okay, I got you.
I know you know what I'm talking about. Them big pictures you got, but but mine they're like little level 2, level 3. Weaving with the tree roots, with the making teepees and stuff. But he has giant structures, and the only place where I have trees laid out is around what I call the nest or the nursery. That's where they keep their babies at. And
I like that. Who had to train? Is that?
No, that's not me.
It's me. I got a real tracks to run 2 houses to me. There's actually a grain silo that goes about a half a mile. I actually used to work for Norfolk Southern until I got nailed with multiple.
Well, me and you need to talk there because I know you got some good stories that you're not telling nobody. Because little brother, he'll tell you. I used to live by a train yard, so that's a hot spot.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
Train tracks are amazingly hot spots. That's what
yes, they are.
I'm trying to I didn't get around to doing a very good job of it, but I needed.
Showing
But
it.
like Man of Light, he filmed. It looks like at least a Bigfoot, kind of. At least it's very dark and black, and it has the shape of a Bigfoot. Uh, um, and once again, and I filmed so many things or seen things along railroad tracks, and I honestly think that this has something to do with electromagnetism and with the steel. And you just think about the static electricity that happens when these trains run over this, and we're talking like, say you got a 50 car train full of whatever, say grain or whatever. I mean, that's a ton of weight. And if you've ever paid attention to trains, there's a lot of sparking going on. And then the rocks and the quartz is inside those rocks that they use for the bedding and all that. And then the trees, I think they're all connected somehow to a lot of these things. You have
And
great
God forbid
opportunity to
if they have
film
a
stuff.
limestone bed up under them that creates more electromagnetic interference.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, John. I knew John Wesley. He's a train fanatic. So he loved that train. I figured that's why when I heard the train, I knew that was going to alert
That's
John Wesley.
Norfolk Southern, and it's going up to Grain Towers. It's about a half a mile, which I mean, I wonder how much that they actually use the train tracks.
They do. Well, I know they use them
Corridor.
down here in Georgia. They're like a main highway for them down. Well, let me
Yeah,
stop telling secrets because I don't want nobody to get hurt.
I think they do as well. The only weird thing is,
Mhm.
I never saw them when I was because I worked for Norfolk Southern. There was a train conductor took a freight from Toledo to Chicago and back, right? So I never saw one on the tracks. We ran over a few deer, and of course I never ran over a human being, but I know a lot of guys that did. Um, but saying
Oh,
that doesn't mean a thing. That doesn't mean a thing because I filmed stuff. I've heard that the samurai chatter along the railroad track,
yeah,
and
that's Samurai Chat. When you first hear something like that, really blew my mind when I first heard them talking. Really blew my mind. Uh, can I tell you, or you wanna? I don't want to cut you off.
no, I want you guys to carry on here a little bit. I
Hey,
want, I want,
but before you go, little brother, will you tell me that you used to be a non-believer?
Well, I wasn't non. I always wanted to believe, but I was like everybody else. I was
You was a
when
skeptic.
I was a skeptic because I was like, okay, well, Patty. I always wanted to believe in the Patty footage, and when I grew up and seeing the Patty footage, it was always shown on In Search of with Leonard Nimoy. That's how we saw a lot of regular people saw the Patty footage. But thinking, could this be real or could not? And I thought that perhaps Patty was the last one of her kind and that there were no longer any Bigfoot. So I said, well, if Patty is real, then she's dead. She's gone. So it's no more. So they existed in the past, which talking to a few non-believers or skeptics now, a lot of them believe, some of them said, well, they don't believe in Bigfoot and Sasquatch now, but they believe that Patty was real, but it died off with Patty. Of course, I learned differently now, but that was how my how I was. My mentality was towards the legend of Bigfoot and Sasquatch that they had died off a long time ago. They weren't here now, but obviously you live and you learn, and you know you grow wiser with time. So they're here, they're alive and
you know,
well.
Yes, they
I
are.
started my journey trying to disprove the Patterson film and disprove Bigfoot. I thought it was a government psyop,
Mhm,
and so in 2017 I started doing it,
mhm.
and I interviewed guys on they had experiences, and within like a month I'm interacting with MK Davis, and then he leads me down this journey, and and within 6 months, gentlemen, no, August is 8th month. So within 8 months of me starting and all this stuff, I ended up having a counter of one that's freaking 15 feet in my mug standing next to a Crow Indian medicine man. And I'm telling you, I know what I saw, and it was the most shocking thing. And it was and it changed my life completely. And so, hey, you dropped off, brother. He's come back. So, yeah. So I've learned the hard way that it's absolutely real.
Mhm. Yeah, it is, and it's so funny that coming from like, okay, like for example, you may have been a non-believer. I was skeptical. And then you're finally learning about these things. But that's what I even tell non-believers, because a lot of people I know, a couple of my close friends are non-believers, and I say, well, look, if you don't believe, go camping. Go with us one night. Go camping with us, and you'll see for yourself. You'll definitely see something or hear something. I took a non-believer with me before, and he ended up getting hit with infrasound, and I
That's
made
the
sure
worst.
because he got sick, he was vomiting, and I put him on my Facebook page so people could actually see the live physical effects of infrasound. He was vomiting, he was on the ground, he was hunched over, and this was in the area that I had first heard samurai chatter. This is actually an area from Maryland to the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah.
There's actually a trail that the Bigfoot take from Maryland to the Mason-Dixon line and back, and we did pictures and we went out there before, and I got a lot of the structures out there were just off the hook, just crazy. We had samurai chat out there. We had rock stacks, we had footprints, we had structures like anything you can think of. We got except for the scat itself, because I really want to get a hair sample and get some scat. Even though people have it, I'd like to get some for myself. I know that sounds crazy. Who wants doo doo? But hey, it's
Not me.
Bigfoot, so.
I don't need you to know the Bigfoot's real. So, and I don't need a scientist to tell me it's real, and I don't need anybody to tell me
in
it's
the
real.
in the
I
Bigfoot
agree.
in the Bigfoot community, that's our trophy. Some scat.
That's some scat, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that I think the ultimate is the encounter, right? That
Right,
is the
definitely.
trophy.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
that is the thing that no matter what anybody else says, they can't be altered, changed, or no way can anybody convince you otherwise. You know what I mean? You know it happened. It's like there's a lot of things I believe in life. There's very few things that I know,
Right,
and I know that Bigfoot's real.
right. And
I know
it's like you say,
and
it's
whatever the hell that is, I just filmed. It looks like a cross between a Bigfoot and a dogman. So
man,
whatever you
I
want to name it.
but I really that's a good structure though. There's I wonder what other pictures you have.
Of yours. Oh yeah,
Brother
let's get
Mike.
back to you, man.
Yeah, I wonder.
So we got here you and Ron Moorhead.
Oh, Mr. Ron, he is fantastic. I met him in
By the way, you missed the show today, and you guys go back
oh,
listen to that conversation with me and MK because we talked about him. And dude, there's some stuff that nobody knows about. And remember, MK filmed a few seconds of the thing that looked just like a Bigfoot along that stream, man.
well,
And
did
it's a
MK
great story.
Brother Mike, did MK, did he do the one the footage with the Bigfoot running by the cow? Did you all go over that one today? That was fantastic.
No, we're gonna get to there. We have a series. We just
Okay.
focused on Bluff Creek
Okay.
and what happened to those guys and who were trying to get in there.
Mhm.
I mean, the number of times that Ron got injured out there is quite shocking to say the least. I mean, there's some pretty graphic stuff, but it's riveting, and the footprints and everything. You're like, wow, and he's got the evidence too. It's not just storytelling. I know we're talking. It's like fellow researchers talking. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sharing the data, sharing the data points. You know what I mean? Trying to build a clear picture of what's going on, and it's you guys got to watch it. So
Yeah,
MK,
definitely.
and by the way, MK, he had heart procedure done on Thursday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because we talked online. Yeah, he was.
Hey, we got brother. What's up, man?
Greetings,
What are you
greetings.
doing, man?
Hey,
Salutations, greetings, everyone.
hey, what's up, BD?
Yo, brother.
How
My
you doing, brother?
Yo, Thundercloud.
Yes,
I came through to share some energy thunderbolts
Thank
with y'all,
you.
man.
Thank you. I've been watching you. I've been keeping an eye on you because I've been watching your YouTube shorts. Now,
All right.
Yeah, real good.
I've been getting into that. I just learned how to do that, the green screen and all that stuff. It kind of happened accidentally, and I was like, you know what? Let me just mess with this and kind of.
I'm trying to learn myself. You're gonna have to show me.
Dude, yeah, man.
I told my brother Diesel. I told my brother Diesel. I've been trying to learn how to do that green screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
much much respect to Diesel 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you,
man.
bro.
And then a Diesel from New Jersey as well. I think he was in chat. I don't know if he's still in there, but much respect to my brother out there too, man, and everybody in chat as well, man. And thank you, Michael, for giving us the opportunity to do this, man. This is cool.
Yeah, it's my privilege. It's my privilege. You know what I mean? It's therapy for me. It's cathartic for me. You know what I mean?
Likewise.
I need to talk to fellow encounterers and experiencers and people that are dealing with it. So it's more honestly, it's pretty selfish on my part. So it's not about following or making a name. I'm just looking for. Because it's either I talk to you guys about it, I ruminate about this every day for the rest of my life by myself. You know what I mean? So I might as well open up the channels and say, let's talk. You know what I mean?
Right on.
And that's what I'm here for. I'm here just to talk. I'm not here to be famous. I'm not here trying to get no subscribers, no likes. I've seen them. I know they exist. I wish I didn't see them, but I see them too much. And my little brother, he wants to get down here so bad. I'm afraid he's going to hurt himself because, like I told him, all of these things are created equal. These down here, they don't care if you pull your camera out, your phone out. They're not going to run. But, everything is different everywhere where you go.
It's true. And the thing is, I after talking to a few of my, people that had encounters and experiences, like my first counter when I was standing next to the Crow medicine man, I honestly think that Bigfoot saved my life. Saved me life from the guy that was standing next to me that I didn't know, only like a half an hour before, right? I just met him half an hour. This long story, but we don't because it's not about me. But what I'm saying is, when I found out about him afterwards and him being involved with like human sacrifice and I'm like, okay, because I didn't sense the dread or fear with this particular Bigfoot. Okay, I was more shocked, and to be honest with you, the thought in my head was, okay, there's a Bigfoot that's 15 feet in front of me crawling up the ravine and it's huge and all out. And there's a guy next to me, what have I just got myself into? I don't know this guy, right?
Right.
And I said, it's time to go. And I didn't feel fear towards that Bigfoot. I'm going to look back at it. I was more like, okay, this is like too weird of a situation and I have no control over what's about to happen, except to get in my car and go. So I drove him off, and it's a crazy story, but it's, I shouldn't say crazy. It's a very typical story for a lot of people who've talked about it, as far as the indigenous population, people that have shared experiences about, the spiritual and supernatural side of this stuff. And it's so much a part of it. It's like I tell MK, I said, look, it's 10% Bigfoot, 90% high strangeness. That's what it all comes down to, man.
Yes,
and there's no point in avoiding that 90% because we're never going to understand that 10% if we avoid the 90%.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's a crazy situation. Like I said, it goes down many different avenues. Hold up, this structure right here, this is actually a nice area. They had a sighting, I think, here. It was a black babyfoot, a big black Bigfoot baby, and the mother was a tall. They said she appeared to look as a orangutan from the reports from this area. This was one of my first research areas. And we found a couple of nice things. We found a couple of structures. We found some rocks stuck up in trees. I think I have some pictures of those somewhere. But
what do you guys think these X structures are all about? They just like out of the middle of nowhere, out of the blue. There's an X structure. What the heck?
Yeah, well, I've heard several. I think we've all probably heard different things. I know, Brother Brown. I know he's probably heard some stuff. I know Diesel's heard some stuff.
I'm not claiming I know. At this point, I don't.
Yeah, I don't. They say it's a warning. I've heard it's a warning not to enter, but I don't know.
But a warning to who? To us or to them?
Right.
Or to something else. It's not them.
Yeah, or something else.
Yeah, because if it's a warning, I don't heed to it because when I see those things, I tend to follow through and check them out and check to see if there's any more things around. So I don't know, man, but yeah, very nice one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Usually
because
there's
I got ran out of more areas where they had arches and X's,
Mm.
but that was just because they had babies around at that time, and I
Oh.
politely backed out. Sometime I'm not gonna lie, I ran. I walked real fast.
Nothing wrong with that. Live to see another day.
I did.
yeah. I
And
mean,
I
definitely.
totally don't know why I took this picture. I must have just been on a nature thing that day. I don't know what made me do that.
Little brother, you got that picture with you where you got photobombed by the cat eyes?
I'm trying. I don't know all the.
That's another nice one right there. That's another nice Bob the Builder.
Right. That's the area. I found this by chance. I had just drove by the research area that day, um, and I didn't even know about this. So I went back to check out the area just for the heck of it because I hadn't been in months. And I have the continuation to this shot. It should be some more of it where I got the whole thing, but this was very fascinating. It was it looked like a crazy jungle gym. It
No,
was just,
no. Part of the problem is I didn't like download all your pictures, so
here it is. You got it. This is perfect. Thank you. Thank you. There's some.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one of my
Mike.
favorite ones.
Thank you.
it is a pretty wild looking structure.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Michael got it. Yeah, this was kind of I called it like the Bigfoot roller coaster because it's just all over the place. But you see how they did it looked like they took two huge trees on the right side and bent them over, and it's if you just look at it's chaos. That's all I can say. It's just you just
It's it's
snapped
it's
and
it's organized chaos, and
right, right, like
I mean,
almost like a plumbing system, like plumbing.
Hmm. And I get nothing like that down here. Even in my hottest spots, I don't get anything built like that.
Now
But
this is
I get stuff like that.
yeah, excuse me, but Diesel, is your area forested like that, or do
Yes,
you
it
have?
is. It's
Okay,
forests, natural wildlife reserves, government reserves.
yep.
okay,
Hey, I'm in Georgia. I got nothing but forest down here.
right. And no, and just because you're not finding certain structures doesn't mean in my belief, I don't, doesn't mean that they're not around. But it
I
is
ain't say that.
interesting.
I ain't say that they're not around. We
Oh
don't
yeah,
have those intricate structures like
right,
what my
right,
little
right.
brother
No,
have. We got
yeah,
the weaving, the
uh-huh,
teepees,
yeah,
arches, stuff like that. I got plenty of them.
okay, yeah. No, it could be they just do different styles, different
Hmm.
places. Who knows? But yeah, I like to see what's going on in other people's areas and take
well,
it in.
Brown, you talked about reports of them on the beaches out there in California, right? Big old,
This brown dwarf.
I know.
Yeah.
It's brown.
What's up, brother?
What's up, my ninja?
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Hey, hey, but I recognize why there's stuff on your head and face.
I was wondering. I was
Oh,
like, yeah,
that's
because
my guy right
yeah,
there,
bro,
boy. Back all
yeah,
the way back to 2016. I'm sorry,
yeah.
y'all. That's my dude right there. That's my ninja.
Yeah, yes, sir. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
big
were saying,
time.
yeah, the beaches, yeah, a lot of coastal beaches, especially up north in Northern California, Central California. Also, there's like the Big Sur area. It's called Big Sur, and they're on
Yeah.
the coast, but also have redwoods in their area. But yeah, way up north, it's a lot more lonely up that way, and so not as many people at the beaches. Especially not like Southern California, but yeah. So and a lot of the forest touches the beaches up there. So
Mm.
it's not surprising that they're around and that there's reports. And so yeah, I started noticing these structures out of these beach
And
areas
you
as
got
well.
the wildest
Yeah,
beach structures out there.
Brown does. He has some structures by the water. That's really
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah, when
Brings
I
you
saw that,
meaning
I was
to
like,
coast to coast, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and
We
so
all
I
go
started
way
sharing
back.
that stuff, and some of it's very similar to what people are finding in their states and in their forests, and some areas that are also near bodies of water as well. Lakes and rivers and stuff like that. You'll find some of these things, but yeah, man, I'm just glad to be on with you guys, man. This is cool.
Yeah.
Man, go ahead and talk about them UFOs you've been finding lately.
Oh yeah, man, it's been popping off. You know, you've been hearing on the news and all that, but yeah, definitely. You know,
I'm
because
talking about from your feed, man. You know I still follow you, man. You know I follow you.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
yes,
Brown has been filming orbs.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I mean, that's
Big
actually,
Brown.
ironically, that's how I found Brown, was him filming an orb.
yeah, yeah. And so a lot of the orbs we're getting on the property, and so that's why I was able to really get a lot of footage of that stuff and really tap into that whole phenomenon. But yeah, I'm still baffled by it. I don't know what they are. A lot of them are tying them to like cryptids and stuff like that these days as well. So who knows? I don't know, but very interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You getting the orbs in your area, Thundercloud, or did
I no, you know what? I had two ghost experiences, but I haven't had any orbs.
okay,
I had two. They weren't really good experiences, but um, I haven't had any orbs. But I heard there is one guy. He's out in D.C. He showed me some pictures where he got orbs. And he gets a lot. Like he's been getting orbs for years.
wow,
But sometimes I wonder, like, is it an area that's been afflicted with like war, civil war, or battles in the in history? Sometimes,
massacres
yeah,
or
massacres,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
even of native peoples or anything like that. Yeah, I've heard of that before.
right, right. Now I wonder if is that why we get is that the areas we get activity? That's what I'm
Right.
trying to say, activity.
Yeah.
I'm still getting orbs. And back when we first started, back when I first met you guys back in
Mhm,
2016 and 17,
mhm.
I just went back over my footage, and man, I got so many what y'all call rods. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Raj, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. And but hey, I seen them orbs I got.
Those orbs are
Yeah,
crazy.
hey, and those rods you're talking about the those weird like bird, they almost look like bird like creatures,
Yeah,
like
yeah, the little swirly swirls. I call them little
yeah,
swirly swirls.
I was just talking to my brother about those things, and it seemed like I haven't really heard much about them lately. I remember it was a big thing like way back in like maybe the early 2000s or late 90s,
Hmm.
and then I haven't really heard or seen anyone going in on them much. And it'd be interesting to tap back into that and see what's up.
I seen you some videos. I'm still
Okay.
getting used to all this, how to send videos out stuff. I mean, my little brother, we still trying to send
Oh
videos to each
yeah.
other.
Oh yeah. But we're getting it. We're learning.
Yeah, we're gonna have to share some links, man. And then
Hmm.
Thundercloud, I know, dude. I remember you sending me the invites to do your show, and
Mhm.
it never really worked out. But man, dude, I'm always open to do whatever, man. Just link me, and we can get together and put something together
We
and
got John
get it done.
Wesley in the boat too.
Okay.
Hey, we're here
Board.
now. Thanks to ORD 3,
Okay.
Yeah,
aka
yeah,
Mike.
Brown
This
Well,
is
Noise.
yeah.
it.
Well, Brown. I expect. I want you to come on my show this month and talk.
John
Yeah,
Ware.
definitely, man. We can show some
Brown
videos and
Dwarf.
pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Compare
Brown D
notes.
and John Wesley.
How y'all doing?
Hey.
It's like
Sorry, let me
cool. I
get
like
this.
it. This is what I want this show to be like.
Mhm.
They have these times when we just all get together and just talk.
The Bigfoot
Researchers,
family.
yeah, the
Yes.
researchers to talk and just not just share scary stories, but actually talk about
Right.
research. You know what I mean?
I got too
Right.
many of them to tell you. I don't want to tell them right now, though.
Yeah, you do. Big Brother has some crazy stuff.
Man,
Crazy
y'all
stuff.
was sorry about that. Yeah, y'all was talking about orbs, man. We've every time we've gone out ghost hunting, pretty much we'll see something. I got my friend's got houses and stuff like that in the woods. And every time we out there, the whole you'll see what they call the Tin Wattsman or
Mhm.
Tin Woodsman,
Ten
whatever like
Woodsman.
that. I don't know if y'all seen that or heard that before.
No, can you explain it? Ten Woodsman.
Yeah, so apparently there was a story where it was supposed to be a lumberjack or somebody it's also known as a will-o-wisp.
Okay.
And I know y'all have heard of those before.
Right.
Yeah,
But
we call them forest fairies down here.
yeah, we've
They
gotten
guide
that.
you out the woods and stuff.
Yeah. And this guy, like, it looked like somebody really swinging a lantern, and then it would come and then reset.
Mm-mm.
No kidding.
That
Tell
sounds
us more
crazy.
about that. Tell us more.
It's like a residual haunting right there. But go ahead.
That sounds interesting.
This was a wedding reception. We were watching it. Sorry about that, y'all. I keep moving this camera.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
All right. Sorry about that, man. Here. Yeah, it was a wedding reception, and we were all up on the deck, and we were, there's like 10 people watching this light move through the woods. It was crazy.
Mm.
So I wonder, there's always lots of activity happening out here in this house. This is out in Frederick County, Virginia. That's all I'm going to say with that.
Yeah,
'Cause everybody, everybody kind of, lives their life there. But between that, it was in historical Harper's Ferry, and above the tree line, it's probably like March or something like that. So, and we watched this green light just weaving in and out of the trees and stuff, like up in the treetops.
That's crazy.
We knew good and well that it wasn't, couldn't have been lightning bugs. And same thing happened when we went to, me and my team went to Burkittsville, Maryland. And that place has a place called Gapland National Park. And lots of ghost activity there, man. It was... that's pretty much my specialty is dealing with the ghosts. And
He loves those ghosts.
Well, I got the most ghost activity at was up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But there's also a place down here in Georgia. It's extremely haunted with the Civil War, and I experienced that for my own self because I grew up in a haunted house. Yes, sir.
Can I show you guys an orb that I filmed today?
Sure.
And you check this orb out. When I zoom in, it's going to have a face like a Bigfoot.
I can see it already.
You can see it already, can't you? That's an orb. That is not.
Yep.
It's not a reflection. It's not an anomaly. It's great. And this is. I filmed so many things that day, and it's called Maumee Bay State Park. It's right on the Lake Erie, right? Normally, it's a very marshy area. Look at that.
It's like the Bigfoot orb logo.
Yeah, that's what I use it once in a while as my avatar if I go live. You know what I mean? So I use sort of my ugly face.
Like you can see the
actually, it's ironic. That face is prettier than mine. Look at that thing. I mean, that thing is just so okay. This is what I'm saying when it comes to Sasquatch. It's like 10% Sasquatch and 90% all high strangeness. And what is this relationship with trees and orbs and Bigfoot?
Maybe it's something with the realm of nature. Maybe it's a conduit between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. Maybe it's just something about the woods, nature. It's not. It's not man-made. Maybe it's something like that.
Well, the Native Americans, we were going to talk about, but maybe we'll still get into it at some point, because we look at the cosmogony of how Native Americans, many folks in North America felt how the world really worked, with the lower world, the middle world, and the upper world, and the trees were that one thing that connected them all. You know what I mean? The roots go all the way down to the water, all that. The underworld represents everything from water to the soil to everything, right?
right.
And then the middle world is from where our feet are, and basically where the trunk of the tree is. And then the upper world is where the branches extend. And it's almost like it's a highway for spirit realm, in which spirits use trees to traverse the three realms.
Right.
That makes sense, man.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And so, and I'm going to be flat out honest with you. So, if you guys don't believe me, I understand. I've seen Bigfoot go through trees, and I've seen a Bigfoot pop out of a tree.
Okay.
And I'm not making it up. And I swear, I mean, like the one that popped out of the tree, it went into 3 days of high strangeness, and I've never been more petrified and feared them all my life those 3 days. And weird things. And by the way, I wasn't the only person that ended up seeing stuff that day as well. And so, but something's going on with the trees.
Definitely, and I think Diesel in New Jersey is definitely onto something. And much, once again, man, what he does is pretty far out, and he's looking far ahead and looking really closely at trees, and I see that, and I think it's really important. So yeah, good eyes, man, D.
And growth, it's like the weird growth that ends up happening on these trees, like it's like a fungal growth of some sort, but it's weird. They're like balls, like almost
chaga. Some of it might be chaga, but yeah, no, some of these weird anomalies on trees, and even rocks. I've been getting into some of the geological formations around the planet and stuff, and there's a professor out there who's been basically doing research on some of this stuff, and is finding out that some of these geological areas are actual creatures, like dead creatures.
Dead creatures.
So like some of these big mountains or like big rock formations, or there's like just certain things out there that
you talk about the mud fossils and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Mud Fossils University.
I know the guy. Yeah, I've talked to him before.
Yeah, Roger, and I think he's doing phenomenal work and very interesting, and definitely far ahead of.
Well, let's go back to that chaga just for a little bit, Brown. What if the Bigfoot have some relationship with the chaga? What if they actually would do something to the tree to help promote it? What if they actually themselves feed upon it somehow? I mean, I'm just bringing it up. I'm not saying it's so, but there seems to be some kind of relationship, some kind of.
Yeah, well, I think there's definitely something with mycelium and definitely the forest trees, right? Connection there. And also fungi.
Fungi, yeah.
Because in my area, and like near the Hoopa Reservation, there's a particular mushroom that is really prized, and it's the matsutake, I believe. It's almost like it's supposedly a aphrodisiac, and the Japanese prize it, and I've heard, and it's even in I think one of Politis's books, that the natives talk about that the Sasquatch in the area also pick those mushrooms, and so there's the connection there with the fungus, and so chaga is also very healthy for us, if you look in, if you look into it.
Have you tried it?
Definitely.
Okay.
And there's, I'm sure there's different grades of it. You want to get, obviously, if you could get it wild and as local as possible, like anything else, I think it'd probably be the best for you. But definitely do your research into that. And actually today I posted on my community page a picture of a chunk of a lion's mane mushroom. And so, I'm big on the funguses, and I think there's, everything's connected, and there's something there with the fungus and beings, I think.
Yeah, fungus. Ooh. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And so, there always is that possibility. What's going on here? Thundercloud.
Okay. This was an area that I found. Where was this? This wasn't far from a place called Gaithersburg, Maryland. This was in a wooded area. This is really weird. Like, I just came upon this area. I saw the structures. There was a whole bunch back here, but I found this. Now I went in here. I did some shots inside so people could see that there was no trash. There was nothing. But I was so happy when I found this, because it was not just this, but it was so many structures in this area. In this area, it was really creepy. It was just a little creepy area. But it was water. There was a stream around there. I looked for dead animals. I didn't see any carcasses. I found
now, when you say it's creepy, bro, what do you mean by that? Because is it because the structures are there, or what did you have a feeling? Did you?
It's like when you walk in the area, it's almost like you're closed off to the world. It's like you walk into this area and you leave your world behind you. So it's kind of like it's like you're in this little, I don't know what you want to call it. Like it's a creepy, magical type area, because you just get this feeling like there's activity around there. You feel something.
What happened to John, by the way? What happened to Wesley?
Oh, he said, he said he lost signal. I think he said something about losing signal.
You can always come back in, bro. Yeah. So, because a lot of times when people have go into these certain areas, they sense the atmosphere is different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. You said it right. You said it right,
I'm
Michael.
not
It's
saying
like
it's like a fear thing. It's more like you just sense that there's something different. The air is different. Maybe there's not no wind or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like the air's thicker. That's a better way to say it. It's like
it's like the atmosphere. Yeah, and
vibes for sure.
Yeah, the vibes.
MT, right on, man. Cheers.
Oh, I'll go back to that. I'm sorry.
But and the thing about it, one thing I learned is when you get activity or you're about to get activity, that's when everything goes quiet. And I get a ringing in my ear. It's silent. You don't hear anything. That's when
it's gonna go all bad.
Right, something's about to jump off. Yeah.
Say that again. Say that again for future researchers. Again, say that one more time.
When things go quiet, like if you hear the sounds of nature, but then all of a sudden everything gets quiet, you get a ringing in your ears, everything goes silent. And usually that means something is about to happen, or it's going to happen, or is happening. It's right.
Have the rest of you guys heard about the ringing ear part? Definitely heard about the quiet stuff. I never heard about
because right now, you guys excuse me, I'm preparing lunch for my 4-year-old. That's one of the reasons why I stopped researching. Yeah, that's one of because he still get on me about that now because I used to be out there like wild in the jungle, 30 dozen -11. I didn't care, but once I had 2 new children, I had to stop because they followed me home.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that's
yes,
so true.
they do.
It's more than just a hitchhiker effect, too, for me at least.
And
I mean, I don't even have to leave my front yard, my backyard, to get good photos now. I mean, I can show you some of the stuff I've just filmed in the past couple of weeks, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah, you can do you go out your back door, out your front door, you can get pictures, video, because you know when they're coming. If you've been around it, you know when they're there. You know the signs.
That's the question I have is, are they actually hitchhikers, or were they always there? And because we have opened ourselves to it, and we now know, and they know that we now know the game is on.
I agree with that.
Really, they're not necessarily things following us home. They've always been there.
They've always been there, and since they know that say, "Hey, let me get some entertainment off you."
Yeah, well, and the thing about it too, you have to remember
but some could be hitchhikers.
Yeah, if you're in their home, why can't they visit your home? You visit theirs, so why can't they visit yours? I mean, you can look at it like that. Like I only had one incident where I had
they tell their buddies. They say, "Hey, Joe
he knows
showed up in our turf. Go give him a visit." You know what I mean? That could be a possibility too.
Go give him the business.
Yeah, we visit theirs. Now I had a situation where I had a tapping on my window and I found a dead cat. It looked like it had been stomped. It was a dead cat in the backyard, and I had a tree. It was like a tree break near the cat. I think I have to find the pictures because I have a picture of the dead cat. It looked like it was stomped by something heavy though, like it was crushed. But there was a tree break right near the dead cat, and the vultures came down. I do have a video of the vultures because they were hovering around the cat. Because apparently something had killed it. So I don't know. But.
Okay. I told my little brother this about about 5 years ago.
What happened?
You know how I feel about me and you disagree about gifting.
Oh yeah.
I highly.
Of the four of us, who's in favor of gifting?
I am not.
I am petrified to do it. To be honest with you,
because somebody gifted some squeaky toys. Maybe in my area, not in my area, but I'm trying to be, I'm a little rough around the edges, so I'm trying to be cool tonight.
Can I show this one?
Somebody gifted this dog man a squeaky toy, or he found some dog squeaky toy.
It's wild. Yeah, man. No, as far as gifting, I've tried it, and I don't think I've ever really gotten like too much of a response that I know of. But I have found certain things that I felt were probably gifts,
And
and
it was horrifying.
He said
but
You know, you can't. You want to go out there and say, "Hey, man, stop that!" But you don't want to go out there and see this thing because if anybody who's ever truly seen an upright walking canine, you don't want to go out there and talk to that thing. I see them. That's why I don't believe people. You know, you might got some folks out there that's half retarded to be like, they're my friend. I hug them and pet them. No, I'm not trying to hug or touch that thing. No,
yeah, no, I'm not
no.
talking dog man, but yeah, I have tried it before, and yeah, who knows if they really responded or anything. But like I mentioned, I have found some pretty weird things that I was like, who put this here, or why is this here?
Oh,
And
no,
it's
I got some cool gifts now.
yeah, and it's some very similar stuff to what people have reported in different places too. So I found that interesting.
Yes.
You guys
Yeah.
missed the show
Because
that
Dave got pictures of my so-called hieroglyphs with twigs, and they gave me honeysuckles. I don't know if people know what honeysuckles are. Honeysuckle blossoms.
Honeysuckles
sure.
are good.
Yeah, they brought them up to my door and they put them by my car. I got all. I mean, I got all kind of upside down E's and letters and stuff. They look like hieroglyphs to me, but I never really took the time to see what it meant. But you know, that was cool. But don't go come around my window at 2, 3 more squeaking a squeaky toy. That's not cool.
Right.
That's mortifying.
Mhm.
now,
And
did
I
you
got a
guys,
toddler and a 1-year-old sleep, man.
yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah, you gotta do when you have children, you do have to be careful about what you're doing.
Right.
That's when I
You gotta
quit going
adjust,
out to the woods.
you gotta adjust your plans, that's for sure. Because you gotta think about their protection. You have no idea. When I was doing the show with MK, you guys missed that. You should go back and watch that.
I
Not
am. Yeah.
because I was in it, but because MK was in it. And the thing was,
MK Davis,
no,
Yeah.
yeah, we had a great show.
I
And one
love
thing,
him. I love the work he does with Dixie Cryptid because Dixie Cryptid is how I want to do my podcast
I don't know.
back in the day, but I never did it. I love that guy.
Yeah. He did. Like I said,
Okay.
I'm hoping Michael, you and MK can go over the Bigfoot that was running across the field. That was really good with the
Oh,
cow.
we're gonna be doing a lot of
Yeah.
like last time we did one. It was
One
back
of my favorite.
2017. We did like a 2 dozen part series, right? But it was on talk shoe. But this time now with now that I'm back in the thing, we did this part 3, and I'm assuming we'll probably be doing it until he doesn't want to do it anymore. So
Okay.
you know what I mean? So at least a couple times a month we're going to be doing something. But he showed in Buff Creek. Okay, so some people went missing, right?
Right.
And soon after that, like a memorial was created that MK strongly believes it was Sasquatch that did. You guys know about this? And where on the tree there's like an image of like I think it's the Virgin Mary or no, it's Jesus,
Mm.
like a Roman Catholic thing that's plastered into the tree. There's a cross that's this really haphazard cross that looks like something that Bigfoot would make. That's stuck to the tree, and then they also took a big old like screwdriver and drived it into the tree, and we're talking like 8 feet in the air now, right?
Right.
So if it's going to be a person, they're going to have to use a hammer. And why would a person drive a freaking screwdriver in? And then, of course, there's the classic rock stacking that they do.
Right.
into a
Rock
tree.
stacks. Yeah.
And a tree, a small branch. It's all the small branches have been taken off, and it's leaning against a tree. And he describes it, and I'm like, you're probably right. I don't see why any human being would do that. The way it's all set up, and he says it's Sasquatch is memorial of all things to human beings.
Okay.
You guys ever heard anything like that before?
No, but and this happened in the Bluff Creek area, and a salute to MK. I know he's been up in my area before, several times, and but no, I hadn't heard of this. Do you know if that happened up in Northern California?
Yeah, around the Bluff Creek area.
Wow, I hadn't
Yeah,
heard
watch
that,
the
man.
show.
I'm gonna
Watch the
look
show.
into
We
that.
talk about it and show the images in the video. And here's another weird thing. I learned today too when he was with Ron Moorhead. I think it was
Ron Moorhead.
3 years
Mhm.
ago, and they were up there and they're walking down a trail, and something, and they record it, right? Something decks him, and he falls on the
That's my worst fear.
no, this doesn't. He fell on the trail, and his left ear got pierced by a branch. There's
Oh,
blood
no.
all over the place. And you watch, and Ron's too old to even jump, right? There's nothing. Something actually, and there's no reason for it. Something actually pushed him. You can see it.
What?
Watch it, man. I'm not making this stuff up.
Oh, my
It's a
goodness.
good show. It's very revealing.
Now, Dave, you remember I got pictures of when them Bigfoot was throwing logs over my head when I was running from zone 2 and 3. They were launching them over my head. They was hitting the lake, and it would sound like a shotgun blast, or like cannon, just boom,
Oh,
boom.
goodness.
I'm taking pictures and running at the same time. But
Hey,
they was launching
and
them over
running.
my head.
Launching.
Because
Missiles. Launching
he
missiles.
got pictures of what he wants so bad, the scat. And I tried to call him one day. I said, Dave, how do I preserve the scat? Because this Bigfoot just took.
Wait a minute. Gee, wait a minute. Whoa. You let's go back to what you were just saying. Wait a
Yes,
minute.
sir.
You got film of a Bigfoot throwing logs over your head, and
Yes.
okay, let's talk more about that. And then we'll get to the scat. Everyone knows about scat. Let's talk about that. That doesn't happen too often. Come on, man. What the hell happened there?
I was walking back there because, okay, this is also a warning. You can just not let anybody come into your research area. There is a research group. Hey, we just gonna call them a Bigfoot group. We're not gonna call the whole name out. I called them to help me out when I had that problem with those blue eyes. Now, Brown 12, he probably remember this because he was there back in the day when I was asking for help about with the blue eyes unknown cryptid that was in my area. So I called these people down here. They came down here, put up some cameras, poked around, jumped, and they pissed them off. And I
Uh-oh.
went back there to go check, my trail cams, which I got a lot of good stuff on my trail cams. And this was broad open daylight, around about 3:30, and they went to launching logs over my head, going into there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lakes. The fourth lake is by the nest. And the 2 lakes that I was by on the top end, they just went boom, boom, swoop, boom. I'm like, oh God. I had my little boxer puppy with me. I'm taking pictures around me, so if I get hit or killed, at least somebody see the pictures, and unless Big Brother get the camera, so somebody know what happened to me.
That's right.
I'm just running. Yeah, I know that's your thing, and stop doing that. And I'm just taking pictures and video, and I'm running. I'm trying to call these people, but nobody answered the phone. I'm calling for help because I don't know what's going on. They were pissed off. They were yelling. They were screaming. And because I got whoopers, I call them whoopers, screechers, and howlers over in that area. And I got the Chinaman chatter or the hooters. They sound like the owls.
That is
So
crazy.
So yeah, I know you want that, but I told you come down here and I left that area. You could stay there for a month if you wanted to.
Yes, indeed.
You should have came. But anyway, they were launched over my head. They ran me up out of there. I didn't go back down there for about 3 months. And they tapped on my windows. They threw rocks at my wall. They literally urinated.
Oh no.
Several times on I had a heat pump. In Georgia, everybody don't have a heat, AC unit, and a furnace in the house. This particular house I had a heat pump. They urinated on my heat pump. So whenever the air kicked on, it smelled like death.
Oh no.
Death urine.
Oh no.
And I had to get it fixed about 3 times, but I told him I understand. I won't call nobody else. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I am sorry. And after about 6 months, it cooled down, but they still let me know we see you.
Man, that's crazy.
You were there when I called you. Shoot. You heard the activity?
I remember it was one you had. I wish you could find it. The one I think you were sitting. That's when you had the apartment, and you were. I think you were out back, or were you inside? And
I was out back.
the dog man was coming out of the darkness, but you could see the eyes coming close to your to the back of the apartment. That was a good one. I hope you can find that one day. That was a good one.
Yeah, it seems like down south, it just seems a lot more wilder with
Yeah.
cryptids and
Man,
stuff
I
and
had the
activity.
best picture of a
With
male
dog.
and female dog man standing behind a Georgia pine. When you remember when you got hacked, Dave, and they hacked me, they took a lot of my pictures then.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that was we had a night where we were trading pictures. It was another woman, Margie, and Margie's in North Carolina, and we were all trading pictures. And that's when I got my first complete structure where it was like it was like a whole wigwam. It wasn't like a tree break. It was a whole wigwam, like you could actually stay in it. And I remember I found it, and I was sending a picture over to Brother Diesel, and
And what he calls a wigwam, it was like a high-rise structure,
yeah,
detailed.
and the Squatches had dug a ditch where they built the wigwam. So if you walked by it, you wouldn't see it because it was in a ditch. They actually put the wigwam. They dug out a hole, a giant hole, and then they
Hmm.
constructed the wigwam. So when I first found it, first of all I had to go through a thicket of sticker bushes. I had to go across a swamp and then a thicket up a hill. Long story short, I was walking, and to my left I found it, and I got a picture of it, everything, and I was so excited to get this picture because it wasn't like just a just a blind. It was where you could actually go in and stay. So I traded it. I sent it over to Marge and Diesel, and what happened was, or my situation, what happened, the powers that
And
be, or
mine.
whoever, and you're right, and Margie, I they ended up setting my Facebook back. It was real weird. They took my Facebook back a day. I guess so they could analyze the picture before I released it. So they shut down my Facebook. They didn't post the wigwam. And Margie, they ended up something happened where they closed Margie's Facebook. They locked me out of mine. And Diesel, what happened to yours?
They annihilated my pictures and
Okay, so
videos.
you lost yours, right? So
Huh.
I guess they were saying, I guess maybe whoever was controlling the situation at night was like, you all are just trading way too much, good stuff or information that you're not
You're
supposed
about
to.
to mess up the economy. We got to make sure we got people that
Mess up
can
the
work out
economy.
there on the fields and gas lines and power lines and on the trains. Stop it.
Hmm. Yeah. But fortunately, well, I know on my end, they released the picture. I guess they felt that it wouldn't be a threat, so they allowed it to be posted, and then set my Facebook back to the normal time and hour. Because, like I said before, when they shut down my Facebook, they took it back a day. So you saw my postings from the day previous. You couldn't see my posting from the new day.
Hmm.
So that sucked. But they fortunately I guess you know
And the
they
only picture they didn't take down from my account was off my laptop because I was online that day. Was one of his favorite pictures. Don't say what the guy is, but the one that looked to my camera.
hmm
You remember how I
Oh
was?
yeah, that was funny. That was comical. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know. O.R.d, aka Mike. I'll send it to you one day. I'll tell you about that picture on my
Yeah.
trail cam.
Yeah. We're definitely do a
It's
show and go into
comical.
detail and
It's
about
comical.
Now what I did, I sent I tried to send I sent one of my newest shots, but it'll go to Michael's phone. That's one of my newest ones.
Oh,
Um
you just like me to show it now? I can retrieve it.
if you can process it fast like that, that'd
He
be
can
great.
do it. While he's doing that, I'm gonna tell you, Mike.
Let me change the setting here a little bit. So
Mike, one of the pictures he's talking about, I had my trail cam out, and I had a deer. She was sleeping in front of my trail cam. I guess because my scent was all over it. which is a myth. I smoke cigarettes. So if you smoke cigarettes, you go out in the woods, they're not going to run away from you. They don't run away from you just because you smoke cigarettes.
Mhm.
So anyway, but the deer would sleep up under my trail cam because she felt safe. And that's that video what Dave's talking about when that upright walking canine or army crawling canine was
You didn't.
coming towards
Oh,
my trail
hold on a
cam.
second. You
Yes,
didn't
sir.
send me anything. You didn't send me anything.
Because I sent it to your I sent it to when you sent me
Facebook?
the for your on your messenger.
Yeah, it didn't go through. Just but go ahead with your story, but just you
Okay,
can maybe try
I'll
again.
resend it.
Yeah. And it was coming towards the trail cam. Dave loves that video because you can see the eyes, the teeth, the face, and it got closer. And when I guess when the trail cam clicked on, you saw the deer, she shot her head up and looked left and right. And then it started backing out into the darkness.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You remember that?
yeah.
That
That
video.
was yeah. I think that was that was one of my favorite. That was a good one.
He always talk about that. I wish I had it. I wish I had the other ones. Brown's
Okay.
Wolf, my dude. Boy, look at your beard, man. You don't
Oh,
you
you sent
Asian
me
boy.
a video. You sent it.
Man, it's been a
Tiki.
long time, boy.
Brown
Yeah,
dude.
man, it's been years, huh?
I remember this video. This is what year was this when this video was taken?
Which the one I sent you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is probably that's like one of my last ones so far. I think it was 20. That was your 2022, and I think that 2022.
Here we
Yeah,
go. Let's
yeah.
watch it. Let's watch it from the beginning here, John. Let's see what we're looking at here. Can you guys see it very well? Or do I think?
See, he's sitting back there. I guess he's watching. If you see him, you can see his shape. Like you can see the head and the shoulders.
Let's see. We pause it here when we see it. Of course, you know, when you have these experiences and you do it live, it's kind of hard to stay still. You know.
You ain't lying.
Oh, there he is. Is that him right there?
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
Oh, shoot. I just screwed it up. Tell me when it's there.
Okay. I raised up with the camera. I went up a little high, but he's there. I went up a little bit higher. Just I was trying to get the area where he was. I just wanted to see if there was anything around him, but I only got him. I don't know if he was by himself or not. But if you look, you can see the head, the shoulders. I couldn't get him. I was hoping maybe he would raise up because if he stood up, that would be fantastic. But he wouldn't stand up.
Is this his head right here?
Go back because go back a little bit. And I'll try to see if I can pinpoint.
I'll just start from the beginning.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Okay, now if you look dead center, there you go where you have your arrow. There he is, right, and he's there.
Is that the place I want to start? Should I take a snip of that? And
You can play it from there, and then you should start this. Yeah, real nice. Thank you. Yeah, and
that work?
That's nice. Thank you.
I tell you, and I'll save it in your. I got a file for you.
Oh, thank you.
So, because I plan on having you come on more than once. I'm not gonna let you hide from us like you have been in the past.
Going in
Oh, he'll go in the hide now.
I know it. I was like, what happened? David is like he's busy working.
You got to do that every once in a while.
Brown D.
Yeah, because you went hide for a good little bit on me there, brother.
Yep.
Brown D. My man.
Brown's Wolf.
My man, Brown D.
And then we'll look at this still.
We gotta get Diesel New Jersey on too, man.
I know he refuses to. He's like,
I get it.
You know, understand why he don't? Because like I'm finna put my little brother on blast because he got the only video. Because I got cameras wrapped all around where I live at now. I mean, area, and he got the only video of these fairies that come on my property that was fighting my camera. He got the only video left because mine got deleted.
Wow.
But he won't go look for it. I just put him on blast. Y'all heard me right.
Hold up, me or Brown Dog?
You.
Oh.
Yeah, ooh. You got to go through all them messages.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Again, maybe I didn't do it.
Oh gosh, I gotta find.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, you do. Cause I just put you on blast in front of everybody.
Oh no, I gotta find it. Oh,
yeah, you got to roll back now.
And I love seeing the fairies. Like when people get when they get those videos or the images, the fairies, or even the pictures. Oh, I love when they get those.
Yeah, I got videos of them. You got one of the best videos of them. So you got to roll back and find it now.
All right.
Where you can show it to Mike.
But what happened? Because where
the fairy was fighting the camera. You know, I told you my camera had the red ring around it because it was offset, and the fairy was fighting it.
Okay.
You can see the little fist and feet and the little backflip and everything. Yeah, go find it.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it ain't crazy. You got it. Go find it. Because I don't have it anymore. You the only person who has it. Oh, my stuff got deleted.
You see, and it's just constant, the high strangeness. And this is the big part of the story that I think that we need to start.
There you go.
We need not be afraid of it. That's what we're saying, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it, because this is what we're experiencing.
I'm scared. I can't never get used to it. That was catching me off guard. Like, oh, Jesus. I'm always caught guard by it.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question. How did that work?
When I'm out walking,
we're not getting religious here, folks. But you know what? We should have all the ammo that we can figure out in case you might need it someday, right?
I agree. There you go. People always say you need to have the arm of the Lord wrapped around you and fear not what's coming towards you. But it's just like if you walking in your yard, I'm not afraid of snakes. I raise snakes. I raise ball pythons, red tails, stuff like that. But if I'm on my yard, oh, Jesus, a snake, it's still the initial fear of seeing a snake. George, we got copperheads, water moccasins, and I have to, get them out my yard. We got people on here that's sensitive. I have to remove them from my yard.
Right.
But it's still the initial shock of saying, oh, Jesus is a snake. Oh, God, what? And then you have to move it. But like it's
in my
the
story
other things. Oh, God, what the heck is that?
The weird thing about my story is that I ended up believing in God because of Bigfoot. Because of not. I believe that there are good ones and there are bad ones.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I believe that the ones, because just like in this world, there's good people and bad people, right? And there's everything in between. And I honestly think that I've had a couple of shamanic experiences with people who sent some bad ones my way, and it was calling upon the name of Jesus that drove them away. And it's like, what? It actually works. I'm not being religious here, because believe me, I'm like really hard on the religion.
I'm with you on that. When I believe in God, but I'm still hard on the religion part of the Bigfoot world. I mean, the cryptid world.
Well, that part too is legit. There's a Freudian slip, but it's true. There is a Bigfoot religious element to that whole thing, right? And what I mean by that is you have to believe a certain way, or else you're not part of the group. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't know what you're talking about, and people dismiss you. And I just think that's wrong too, because
you're not part of the get along gang or the cool kids. Because like me and my little brother, we agree to disagree on what's spiritual and what's ethereal and what's real.
Yeah, and we're always going to have those disagreements because of our understanding and personal experiences. So it's no point in judging each other already.
Because I ran to more physical than ethereal. But I do have pictures of ethereal. Well, I have a whole bunch of pictures of ethereal. But then again, it goes because the area that I lived at was a plantation. I have to be
honest with you, David. I see more than one entity in this picture.
Well,
you will.
Yeah, I'm kind of how can I? What's the word, dudes? When I see something or I aim in it, I become hyper focused on that one thing.
On one thing, because he's looking for that. He's looking for the money shots.
Or he has tunnel
vision on that one shot.
Yeah, or I become, I want to get that. I want to hold that shot.
But he's the photo bomb king. He will catch 1,000 things in one picture.
Photobomb King, man. What do you think about that? I like that.
Thank you.
I was bad. I used to get Bigfoot sticking their tongues out at me and making faces at me when I used to take pictures, because I learned that from him. Because he was the photo, but I said, let me just take a picture behind my head or looking at me, and I started catching them in my pictures. But he is the photo bomb king.
Now, when you took this picture, Dave,
Yes,
sir. What were you going through? What was this experience like? Walk us through it.
Well, see, this what happened was, and I just wanted to check out an area, and I didn't think anything of it. But what I did, I took a walk, and they created it's not far from me. It's actually a habitat that they created, and I said, well, let me go down and I'm gonna check out the habitat. I didn't really think anything of it. I said, well, it's probably just gonna be some birds there, few frogs or something crazy. And I heard the trees moving, and then I heard like a what sounded like a scream. And when I got that footage, I filmed it and I looked down there. Once I saw the movement, I said something's down there, and I said, but maybe it's just a deer. But you can see for yourself, that's not a deer. That's not the shape of a deer. Even if it was a deer silhouette, you would still be able to see the eye shine or the eyes or whatever. But if you look at this, you can see that it's in that thicket, and it's just it's watching.
And
And for anybody listening, if you want to get some good footage, take Dave Thundercloud with you, because he's not really looking for what's around him. He's looking. He has tunnel vision, so he's going to attract any and everything around him. And if you film around him, you're going to get that money shot, because he's looking for the money shot, but they're all around him messing with him. He's been doing this since 2016. And he always get the money shot around him.
You see where Mr. Mills says, he said, yeah, I thought they were just flesh and blood to start with. Then I watched about a 14-foot Bigfoot disappear. I'm not laughing.
I ain't never seen one disappear. I've seen one beside me now.
I'm laughing in unison because I recognize what he's saying. I mean, the strangeness is it's beyond comprehension when you first even if multiple encounters or sightings, it's
mind blowing.
It is.
It is. Yeah, that's
How
true.
can something that big be where it's at? No one else knows about it. No one else recognizes it. There's hardly. So this is all jet black, and I've noticed that this. You think this is a dog man, or you feel this is a dog man?
I thought. Well, I was assuming it was. I mean, you could be right, but I was thinking it was a Squatch. I thought maybe it was a Sasquatch.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
But you could be right. It could be a dog man.
He's very humble, Mike. He's very humble.
I'm not going to say that it is or not. I just know there's something there. I can't know exactly what it is. And by the way, but one of the things I've noticed, a lot of guys, they end up filming these really jet black dog men. I mean, they're really jet black. They really stick
out. I have a bunch of them around me in my area. Because he got on me one day because I didn't take a picture of him. My ex-wife didn't cook, and I had to go out to go get food that evening. I was horrified because it was nighttime. And there were 4 dog men sitting right there at the wood line. And they were looking at me, and they were squatted down. And I swear, when I got to my car, I was hopping. I saw it hopping. Yeah, I mean, I was walking like I had a limp. And I got in the car. I hit my lock, and I turned the car, and I put the lights on bright. And 2 of them put their paws, or whatever you want to call them, hands up over their eyes. And I feel like I was going to have a heart attack that night. My heart was just beating out of my chest because I thought I was going to have a heart attack that night.
And then your mind's running too. You're
like they was going to come and knock my car over or rip me off the car. But when I came back, if I'd have pulled back and saw them, baby, I love you, but I'm going to get a hotel for the night. I'll see you when the sun come up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
but
the?
That
What,
was the worst experience I ever had dealing with them upright walking canines.
I
yeah,
believe
it
you.
was.
I believe you. I believe you. It's like it's a mixed bag, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sometimes it's like just shock, and sometimes it's pure dread. And nothing that I've ever experienced in my life, as far as it's beyond fear.
Mhm.
It's beyond fear.
because because what you experience, the next person might not experience. What you know, it's like I always told my little brother, you cannot give credit to one person experience over another. I don't care
Right.
what these people saying on here.
It's
Well, he
different.
was in the military. He was a police chief. He was a lawyer. You can't give this man who is a regular Joe or maybe sanitation. You cannot give this person no more credit of what he saw than the next man.
Your occupation
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything.
I'm ex-military. I'm special forces, but I don't want. I say some stuff that you gonna say that he's lying over what somebody who's a lawyer or a
Well,
judge.
wait
I
a minute.
said,
Hold on.
dog man across
You're
the
in
street, yes,
special
sir.
forces. So this is a perfect example. I've heard
Oh
numerous
God,
guys who have been in war. You don't have to talk about the experience. I'm just saying, there are guys who've been in war, if they have
yes, sir.
experienced what war is, and they said that when they have encounters with these things, the dread and fear that they have from being, these dogmen or rogue.
I'd rather go back to war.
Yeah, that's what they all say. They say that it's,
Every
it,
brother
it,
says, "Oh, he's
I'd
ready."
rather go back to war than what I seen with these things.
Mm-hmm.
which is something that we should take seriously. Not that it's just something y'all be frightened, all that.
Right, and it isn't. And Michael was so funny because Big Brother says, "Well, he'd rather go back to war,"
I would.
and
Then
then
see what I saw.
right, and then I'm more comfortable seeing them. I wouldn't want to go to war, but everybody's different. Everybody's
Yeah.
experience is different.
Well, I think it's the experience. Is that what you're trying to get at more than anything? It's not necessarily. It's just like it's the experience of pure dread when you're.
He
But
have
it's
wants
one.
to
like it's a
see him. I seen him. I don't
yeah,
want
but
to
you
see
seen
him
them,
no more.
I've seen them, but I haven't had a bad situation. Like for example, I had 2 bad ghost experiences, but a lot of people are
I
fond of
had
ghosts.
a ton of those experience,
Yeah, and
but
some people just
it's I
Well,
don't want to go
here's
back to war over ghosts, but what I seen with them, I
Mhm.
rather
well,
go back to war than see what I seen with these things, because
Right.
this some of the stuff should not be seen.
what
I mean,
about
just what I mean.
what we're experiencing too? It has a big part of the paranormal. You said ghosts, which had negative ones.
Mhm.
Was it maybe the spirits that are attached or associated to the Bigfoot or the dogman that are the ones that are actually causing us to dread more than the actual Bigfoot or dogman?
No, they
Well,
were just regular things I seen, and I'm like, no, I shouldn't be seeing this, and I don't want to see it because people try to put out different types, but nobody's qualified to put out what a type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 is.
mhm.
Yeah, I know.
Because we don't know the different types. It's just like human beings.
Right.
Like I'm black, we got light skin, dark skin, good hair, bad hair, light brown eyes, and stuff. You just can't, there's not enough data or evidence to put out, well, this upright walking canine is this, is that, or this Bigfoot is this, and that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
know
Right.
I've seen it and I don't want to see it no more.
That's the only level we need.
Because I've
I
seen two
seen it. I
types.
want
I've
to.
seen the underworld type, but the first type I saw, like I told my little brother, it was back in about 2002. I call it the Harry Potter dog man.
Mm,
If anybody's seen Harry Potter,
right.
that's the first dog man I've ever seen. It looks like the one in Harry Potter, all skinny and scrawny.
So what
And
was it? It was
that's
like a werewolf in the Harry Potter trilogy, like the Harry Potter dog man. Was it like a
Harry Potter is not a trilogy, sir. It is a masterpiece.
that's right. I like that.
But one of his professors turned into,
A werewolf.
yeah, we're just saying that. And
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he
he
looked like
was
a
this
rat. He
skinny,
looked like a
eh,
skinny rat.
right, that
Yeah,
skinny, scrawny one. That's the first one
right,
I ever saw.
right.
And that was before Harry Potter even got to that, as you call a trilogy.
Right.
And I tried and I erased that from my memory because I was so scared and like I didn't see it. It does not exist. I had just wiped it out. But when I started seeing these other ones, then talking to you and everybody else, I started remembering like, yeah, I seen that thing back then.
Mhm.
But it was a horror, and that sucker jumped like 15 yards from where I found it at into the wood line and ran. Very
Okay.
nimble, very agile, and fast. But
Yeah,
ugly though.
because I could imagine something like that because it's ratty. You know what I mean? It looks like a
Yeah,
huge rat.
yeah, he was. But I knew what it was when I saw it. Ratty tail, ratty body. It resembled one of them ratty werewolves in them other movies, which depicts all these people who making these werewolf movies and stuff. They seen something. They got a reference from somebody, and they are putting down good references towards what these things look like.
Hmm.
Can I show you guys this image? This is from
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Jared.
O.R.D. Mr. Mike. Go ahead. Let me see what you got.
This is from Jared from Sasquatch Confessions. I'm sure you
Mhm.
won't mind. He filmed this. He didn't know he's filmed it, but found
Where
it.
it says Sasquatch Chronicles.
No, Sasquatch Confessions.
Mm.
He's up there in BC. He filmed this mass of these things.
Oh God! Ain't no
I'd
telling what they
love to
see
go to
Look
right
at
Canada.
there.
that.
Oh my
And
gosh,
but
I'd
I
love
want to
to go
look.
to Canada.
I like right here. Okay, look at this. So this guy right here. Let me see. I don't know. It looks to me like he filmed a dog man of some sort. You see right here. There's his hand. There's the palm, his thumb. I know it's
Mm.
blurry. I noticed that, but you can see there's the muzzle. You can see the point
Little
of the
brother,
ear.
you got the picture of Big Ugly I sent you? I have a
Let me see.
picture of a
But
alpha
all the reason I bring
dog
it up is
man.
to ask you: is that similar to what you guys that you're talking about, G?
No, sir.
No. Okay.
Little brother, do you have the picture of Big Ugly on
Big
hand?
ugly, big ugly, big ugly.
The
Big
one, the one that was the alpha dog man. I mean, over at Walking Canine.
Was it something you sent in the past or
Yeah, the one that you called her name out, Margie. That was down there by the Beaver Dam.
Oh goodness. Gosh, because I haven't looked. I haven't looked at the pictures in a long time. I
Well,
can look on. Let
you
me see
guys
if I can.
scrounge it up and let's talk about it. But in the meantime,
Yeah.
David, what are we looking here? Because this reminds me of a totem of spirits.
Now this was one. It was I think if I'm correct, I forgot the guy's name. I took the picture, but the guy had enlarged it, and he actually found this image for me. The guy,
Yeah.
nice guy. He was from I think it was the Eastern Shore Bigfooters, Eastern Shore Maryland Bigfooters. He had his own little group out by the they're actually by the ocean or whatever. And he actually found this image. It was something I took a picture of, but he found this image and I was amazed. I said, "This is great." I appreciate it. So I can't tell you if it's a
What?
Bigfoot blending in. It may be a Bigfoot what's the word
That's
called?
an ethereal right there.
Ethereal
It looks to me
camouflage or something.
like as much as spirits massing or
Mm-hmm.
creating a totem. This is what I'm going
Right.
to say. What
Or
I see.
camouflage.
This is like a hand right here.
Well, I thought that was the mouth and the lips and the eye. Like if you look, you can see
Well,
the
there's
eyes
one,
and those.
two, three, 4 fingers right there. You can see this
Mm-hmm.
knuckle.
Oh, okay, I
I
see.
see it.
Okay, okay,
Okay. And then
okay.
there's a dude right here, Mr. Green Man. And
Oh
then
man.
there's like this is like a bunch of them that are just they blob up. There's Mr. Green Man right there. That I
Oh,
see.
okay.
Yes.
His eyes right there, right?
See, you're showing me
That's like what
something
they
new.
call the
I
blob squats, what people call the blob squats.
oh no,
They're
no.
not looking at in everything in the detail like what you just showed to everybody that's listening right now.
Well, you know, when you do this enough, you start to realize that there's a lot of times that things are never alone. And they do
Right,
this,
right.
they mass up like we just think of like a bunch of mealworms or worms that are all together,
Right.
right? And snakes. And so they're moving and they're ethereal, right? Maybe these are like a type of elemental spirits or something like that. And I'm not saying they are. I'm just bringing it up. But whatever they
Cause
are, they
I
mass
had this
up
one
together.
guy. I used to just see everything when I was taking pictures, but I hope he's not mad at me. But he has a group on online. His name is Bobby Boncourt.
Yeah, Bobby.
And
Yeah, Bobby's real good.
and I
Bobby.
call
Mhm.
Yeah,
him
Bobby's
Bobby
real
the
good.
Eyes. I call him Bobby the Eyes Boncourt.
Yeah, Bobby's
He
great.
can see any and everything that is in that picture, and he'll tell you what's not in that picture. He is outstanding.
But you know,
He helped me.
Big Brother, and Michael, Bobby may have
We
did
got we
this
got
picture.
we got Brown Dwarf here. Hold on a second. We got
Brown
Brown.
Dwarf.
Hey,
Okay, so
excuse me. Don't mind me. I'm just closing up the smoke shop here. I'm listening.
okay, so should I?
Because Brown Dwarf.
Hold on a
You
second.
remember Bobby
Hey,
Bonco, don't you?
hold on a second. I need to ask Brown something. Which one should I close up? You open. You got two things open up.
Let's see. I guess the first one.
Because I don't want to lose you. If I close it up, come back. If you
All right.
lose you, okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue, guys. Go ahead. I just want to take care of business. That's all.
I understand, sir. We're on your show, on your time, on your dime, and we appreciate it.
It's now back in your sure time, okay? Tell us what you're talking about here, man.
Yeah, Bob. I think Bobby was really good. As a matter of fact, Bobby was
He's
the one.
outstanding.
Yeah, he is. Bobby found the Squatch that Michael and I was looking at in the beginning of Michael's show in the trees. You remember in the woods, Michael, that the little Squatch.
Yes.
Yeah, Bobby actually found the rest of them in that picture for me. Bobby was the one that like he actually had the picture where you could see the whole family. It wasn't just that little one. It was way more than that. But Bobby was very good at analyzing my pictures.
Yes,
I don't
he is.
I don't know where Bobby is. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but Bobby would really break down my pictures and really make me look kind of stupid because I'd see one and Bobby would have a whole family of them just all over the place. Um, this structure was at a watershed. This was a crazy place, a real crazy place.
How tall is it?
This is actually the structure itself is probably about 6 foot.
Okay.
It's probably about 6 foot. Not too big. I found this is a watershed area. What happened here was the first night I went. The first time I went was about 3 o'clock p.m. I found several structures in this area, but the thing about it was I ended up staying too late. This was winter, and you know it gets dark fast in the winter, so it got dark. It was getting dark. Um, and I didn't know, I really didn't think anything until I started hearing them hooting and hollering. And this is a massive area, and it was just me, wasn't anybody else there. Um, when I started hearing that hooting and hollering, I got out of there because I didn't. I didn't know how many. It just sounded like it was a whole bunch of them all over. But I did go back several times. I researched the area several times. Um, I found a lot of good stuff. Like this was one of the structures I found. Um, I didn't find any hair samples, but I did find a lot of good structures out here. I think I spent about maybe a month by myself out here, and then I brought in John went with me a few times, and so we saw the area. It's a couple nice things out here. This was definitely a good place for structures. There was a lot of structures, but at nighttime, if you're there at nighttime, you'll start to hear them. They'll start hooting and hollering because I think they want you out of there. They don't mind you being there in the daytime, but nighttime, that's their time for, I guess, their family time or whatever. So once nighttime comes at that watershed, you better get out of there because they're going to start hooting and hollering and running around. And
They seem to dominate the night, right? I mean,
yeah,
I always tell people that we are all human beings. We're all children of the light.
mhm.
We can't function at all without light. Period. If you put somebody in pure darkness or in the dark in the woods, we're going to stumble, fall, we're going to break our necks or something. We need artificial light or we need fire, right?
Right.
But these things are complete opposite.
Mhm. Right. They don't. Yeah.
They're designed to function in the night.
Nocturnal.
And apparently, it seems to be, I never heard of anyone yet during the daytime that actually filmed these things building their structures.
Right.
So it has to be during the night, but then how do they go about doing that without having like a gazillion footprints and everything else? That's something that drives me nuts. It's like, well, listen, especially some of these bait structures, you know what I mean? Like Long Island Mike films and not Long Island. Those are tall teepee structures.
Now I'm gonna go back to what Dave always said because they learned from us in the past. And the Indians would sweep their footprints away to keep people from following their footprints,
Right.
which we learned to do that back in the early like Civil War time era. So they might be sweeping their footprints away.
Perhaps,
But
yeah.
Well, what about this? I'm going to bring up this something that's and I'm not saying it's so. I'm just going to bring it up so the thought's out there, right?
mhm.
What if a lot of what we're seeing is actually ancestral spirits? Our own
Now you gotta
ancestral
talk to
spirits.
Dave about my video, what I just filmed on my back property. He thinks that those are ancestral spirits. I have a shed in my backyard. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, the one with the shed and those things coming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that's some kind of ghostly form, but maybe it was there. You know, maybe it was something, either a person. Maybe it is a cryptic. Maybe it's a cryptic, but um, it may be a ghost or something that was in that area. You know, what I mean, for years and years and years. Because I mean, that is the South. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But whatever it was doing in and out of Diesel's shed, it looked like it was going like perhaps it was using the shed as a portal. It was going in, and I think if I'm correct, you saw a little bit of light, and then it would disappear, and then it would go back and forth. You know, it would keep going. But yeah, that's the picture. Bobby helped blow that picture up. Bobby did that.
Bobby the Bonco?
Yeah, but remember, Bobby got not
Yeah.
just the little squat. There it is. There's the other one.
Yep. Bobby
There's
the
the other
Eyes
one.
Bonco.
Yeah, Bobby got that, and then Bobby got the other one that Michael just showed. Um, yeah, right there. I mean, I was back there with him, but Bobby was good enough to find him in the picture. And if you can see,
He is.
you can see it looking. He looks like he's looking at the little one. He's not looking at me. You can see the cone shaped head. Um, and it
Unfortunately, unfortunately for the copy I have is pretty distorted, but
right,
you can definitely see there's something that's abnormal there.
right, and yeah, and I was back there, and the thing about it, oh yeah, that's a skull. It's one of the skulls.
That's the skull. You're just like, oh god, the skull.
Yeah,
You guys ever figure out what the skull's from?
I can't tell. Somebody told me that it might be a small what else things the boar, is it boars? What are the things that they're hunting now in Texas now?
Wild hogs. Yeah,
Yeah, wild hog. Somebody was telling me maybe it was the wild hog or something, but it was a baby wild hog or something. But we never figured out. Oh yeah, this was fantastic. This was a thicket. I went in. This was really crazy, and you can see where you see a little entrance. You can see a little entrance. Yeah, and you can tell how it was built. It was built in.
What biological mammal or animal in North America would build something like that?
Right, because that's not a beaver. Beaver's not going to build something up. He's going to build this thing by the water. You know, and this was dry land.
Yeah, but then
and if you look in the middle to the right, you can see like some kind of figure that's like a distorted, bald-headed figure with eyes in it, looking out at you looking at you.
Where is that?
Right where the V is on the right. It's the second. It's like a V shape. If you look to the right of the V shape, right where the opens at, you can see like there's a head with eyes. Look, that go to your right. Go to your right. Come down. Go to your left. Come down. Right there, right in the area. Go down some. Right there where you.
Right here.
No, come down. Down. Down a little bit more.
As far as I can go.
Oh, it's right below you. It's like a little head right there. Right there. That looks like a bald headed. Oh, you went down too low.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. This is the problem when.
No, this is great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. This is great because you got the.
But you can also see eyes right there too, looking at you to the left too. Those are two red eyes looking at you.
And I still remember
right there, bam, right there where your hand is at. Stop right there. You can see two eyes looking at you.
There's an eye right there. I see what you're saying.
You can see all kinds of stuff in his structure.
Yeah. You all have a magic eye.
But it's not a Bigfoot. I don't know what it is, but it's not a Bigfoot.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. He got all kinds of stuff in it. Like it's a bald-headed creature with a skull head looking at you out the corner of its right eye, looking at you like, why are you looking at me?
So
What,
maybe what we're looking at is that the
what,
Bigfoot built a structure, but there's little inhabitants. It's something else inhabiting.
I mean, but they use them for sheds.
what,
Hmm.
what,
But you
what,
gotta understand though, these things have put out such a high electronic magnetic frequency that they can feed these ghosts and said demons to materialize.
Mm, that's deep. Mm.
well, no, that's a great point. I think that should be the year that everybody, when they go out and field research, that you should bring yourself one of those, and they're cheap now. Those EMF,
EMPs, yeah,
EMF,
EMF, EMPs, whatever. I mean,
those
EMF,
EMF readers, because
yeah,
I'm filming. I'm seeing uh, electrical discharges in the trees when I film these spirits. Right,
Mm.
yeah.
I can see it in my camera because I'm using this P900, and it just can read it up. And then I've seen others like Man of Light. He went back to a site where he saw a Bigfoot and where the tree was, and he put that EMF meter. They run like $26 to like $50, whatever. They're cheap,
Oh,
and
that's not
and,
bad.
and
It went down since 2007, 16, 17.
yeah, everything's gone down, right? And so, not everything. Food
Nah,
hasn't.
yeah,
Food has gone up for
food or
Oh my
lumber,
goodness,
stuff
food is
like that.
terrible. Okay, food
but
is
Now,
terrible. It's terrible.
Mike, I got 3 locations for you. If you ever come with Dave to the South, I have 3 locations for you.
Mhm.
And God bless you, because I'm not going with you. I retired.
well, listen, I can tell you right now, there's an entity right here. You can see his dark, recessed eyes. You can even see the brow.
Yeah.
And you can see there's another. He's got a buddy right there, but this one you can see him right. And that is not a tree part. That is not part of the tree.
No,
You can see even the eyes. It's
I
a little
am
blurry,
Groot.
but you can almost see the red in its eyes.
Hmm.
I'm thinking that a lot of what we're thinking is Bigfoot is not Bigfoot. What I mean by that is, I think that the forest is full of different entities and spirits, and I think they work together and they have. Because you look at this structure, it is not practical for a Bigfoot to build, but
Well,
something else.
but I don't know because then you have to think. I mean, if he's building a temporary structure until he moves on, let's say for example you have a family of Bigfoot that are nomadic,
Now
perhaps.
structure a
Uh,
blind. Because I have
right,
plenty of
right.
blinds built down here, but
Well, yeah, because
that's a structure.
you could, yeah, or he could be using it either just for a temporary place to crash
Hmm.
or for hunting. They could hide in there because I know, like I
Right.
said, this is where the skull was found. I found several different, bones around this area. Um, so
Unless, one of the things too, I know this is going to sound really crazy. It doesn't make any,
There's nothing crazy here.
it
We're all
doesn't make,
crazy than
it
this
doesn't
world.
make sense because we're talking like biological things that we're used to. But I get the, okay. What if Sasquatch can actually shrink?
what if it's ethereal? I don't see why not.
Well, what
It,
if
And
it,
see,
it,
that's more on
well,
his side if it can shrink being ethereal.
what if it can go in and out of different dimensions?
right.
Sometimes it's physical and it eats just like a flesh and blood thing, but other times it can go and change. This is
Mhm.
what I mean that Bigfoot Sasquatch is ultra dimensional. It's not interdimensional. It's not extra dimensional. It's ultra dimensional.
All things
Hmm.
possible. All things possible. If you're talking about a spiritual realm type thing, I don't see why not because we don't control the spiritual. We control the. We don't even
No,
control
we
the
don't
physical.
control nothing.
Right. We don't control it. God controls everything. But the spiritual realm, since we don't understand, I think it's even a verse in the Bible where we're not supposed to uh, mess with the spiritual realm because we can't comprehend it. We don't understand the spiritual realm. We try to, but we we can't grasp it with the human mind. I don't.
Absolutely.
You know.
And here's our dilemma then. It's like, are we messing too much in the spiritual realm? Or are we in a situation that we've been put in where
That's another good one right there.
Thank you. I really had it when I got this. This was an area. The picture you saw before, that structure was near this structure, and this was huge. I mean, this was huge. When the way that arch is, where you see the top arch,
yeah,
um, that was over.
you can walk under that, it looks like.
Oh yeah, this is huge. The top is about maybe 20 feet. That top goes up about 20 feet. That's not a little structure at all. That's about 20 feet
So it's a
high.
cross between a giant, like, well, a triangle and a, oh, what do they call those when you use tree links? It's like a tunnel.
Yeah,
No, it's not. That's not the right
it's
way.
it's like an arch, but then if you see it's a tree that crosses it, that's bent, and then you see the one on the bottom, which is like it looks like it's been bent. So this, I don't think this was used for anything. I just think they did this for whatever
No,
reason they do it.
they
I don't
no,
know.
they did that for a reason.
You think maybe it's like
You because you see there's an arch, there's a
I wonder.
triangle, there's an obsoletical triangle, and then up top there's it's like two triangles in one. If you look above it,
mhm.
it's like one. It's two triangles plus one at the top that's going to the left at the very top of the triangle.
So I
Mhm.
wonder if it's some kind of, this is now we're talking about the portal situation.
Now
Mhm.
that could be a portal, which I don't
Mm.
give too much thought into, but that could be one. It looks like it could be a
Mm.
portal.
Yeah, I didn't think about that because it actually looks like as if
It's
something
too
had
intricate.
yeah, like something that happened, like something that happened before I got there or something like that. You can look and tell where if you look, some of it looks burnt, like like a form of energy or something had maybe kind of
Well, since you put it
I,
like that,
I don't
there's a
know.
lot of stuff that researchers miss.
Hmm.
They're looking at the here and now,
Right.
at the tree breaks that's right in front of them.
Hmm.
That tree been there for a long time.
Hmm.
Look up, and you'll see more tree breaks among that tree because they've been coming through that area for a long time. You'll see tree breaks all the way up a oak or a pine tree. They just didn't start doing tree breaks because I want to start a podcast. I want to find Bigfoot. They've been going through that trail for a long time. Just look up and you'll see
Hmm.
them tree breaks.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Hey, you funny.
No, no, no. When you guys talking, I'm going to share you. What I'm discovering too is shadows,
Hmm.
shadows on the trees, and a lot of these shadows are projections of spirits in the
Hmm.
middle of the day. And I just wonder if you hear about the shape of pyramids and triangles they used in occult practices, right?
Hmm.
And actually, even in organized Christianity, with the buildings and steeples and stuff like that. So, listen, maybe it is some way it attracts ethereal beings to it, or it kind of creates a kind of an EMF or electromagnetic
Well,
frequency or field that allows these things to go from one place to another. I'm just throwing it out there. Obviously, I
well,
have no idea,
But
but
since you threw it out there, you just said, what is the strongest force in nature? A triangle.
mm,
A triangle is the strongest force in nature. They use them in trusses on bridges,
mm.
buildings,
Okay,
houses, roofs.
okay.
That's one of the strongest forces in nature, a triangle.
Triangle. Okay,
If
okay.
you don't believe me, people, Google it, look it up. I'm gonna be
Hmm.
quiet again. I'm back to
Funny.
mute.
But now, if you all look, Julio Lua said at 12:30 a.m. She he or she said there's something with the trees and rituals because I've personally seen Satanists on several occasions do rituals in the woods. That's interesting. You know.
here's another thing. What if? Okay, so I'm bringing up this whole idea that back in the day, trees were much more sacred than they are today, and that
Right.
people identified very strongly with like very mature, like the largest tree is say in a given forest.
Hmm.
Let's say there's a giant oak that's 200 years old, and
Right.
they would spend a lot of time there reverencing it, honoring it, doing rituals with it, maybe even interacting with the spirit realm itself. Remember, and I still strongly believe that the trees are some kind of spiritual, like they're like the neurons of this creation. Think about
Well.
human beings' myelin sheath in the nervous system, and you look at those diagrams of those neurons where they have like
Mhm.
spikes, like a tree on both ends.
Well, yeah, in trees and plants, if you look, they have what appears to be veins. I'm not saying they are human veins, but they have veins in them.
That's photosynthesis. You know, they
Yeah,
gotta have
photosynthesis.
And they have
photosynthesis.
memory, and you think of the tree rings, and they remember things. They
Right.
Well, I want to show you this, guys. So, well, here's a
Which I
great.
agree with.
So here's an example, just I just took a still of a movie of indigenous. You know, supposed to be an indigenous tribe
Yeah.
500 years ago. You see all the trees of them. I mean, they and they not they use these branches. They would pile them up like that for future teepees or other structures, right?
Mhm.
That's how they. And there seems to be a memory of the past as part of this. Now,
You know
listen.
what, Mike? You just said a great thing. Hey, people, CERN, I know you're listening. Stop trying to destroy the world and go try to get memory from a tree. Go look at the tree rings.
Mhm.
They'll tell you what happened. The trees know what happened.
They got memory, and there's
Mhm.
there's kind of a sentient being. They're very important, and they're like just like human beings are like 70-80% water, and they have memory, and they have the they're very they emit an immense amount of electricity.
Yes, they can
And
tell
if
when we had droughts, when we had a lot of rain, when the forest was flourishing. Go talk to the trees.
Now I want to show you what I'm talking about these entities, these human being like things that are manifesting in the trees, right? There's two of them. There's one that kind of looks like a guy or slash maybe a Bigfoot and a woman. Actually, there's three of them. But this is the first guy. This is the guy right here. If you look right here, this is his nose, his chin right here. This is his hand, his wrist, and they're going up like this. And he's kind of sitting cross-legged. Now I know we'll get a couple more images so you can see it, and it might be hard to believe. But this is filmed at like 1:45 a.m. on the 20th of February. Down here, there's a woman. It's more detailed. You can see there's actually some totem going on, and there's a head that looks almost like some like a Bigfoot type one. But this one right here, if you look, here's her nose, here's her mouth. It's wide open. She looks like an old like hag or woman. She's got an eyebrow here. She can see her hair, right? And it runs down here. And okay, and I know it's like, come on, Mike. But look, I'm not making this up. Let's see, where's where? So that's her.
I see it, Mike. I believe you. I'm with you on this because it's
Look,
more
look
things
at
that
this.
more
You
people
can
can
see.
see.
See her nose right there. This is her mouth. Just look closely. The eye here, the eyebrows.
Mhm.
There's the top of her hairline. There's the bundle, like put her hair in a bow. Tell me in the room, can you see as well as what I can see here? And you can see like there's the side of her face. Half of it's lighting up on this side. The other half is in shadow. Okay, and I'm not trying to freak anybody out here. I'm just saying there's something going on in the trees. So that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so here's another example of the two right here. The guy sitting here. I don't know if he's a Bigfoot or not or something, but you can see right here, there's the guy. We're looking close to him. And if you look, you can actually see the teeth. I don't know if you can see the teeth. I know it's kind of hard with the video thing, but I'm trying to do my best. There's the nose.
Like I'm on my phone and my laptop. I can see you.
You didn't see anything? There's an eye?
I can see you. I can see you.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. So you can see the teeth. This is his chin. For some reason, the teeth always seem to show up. I don't know why that is. This is going on. This is his wrist. You can see his knuckle. This is his hand. You see, this is where his finger goes. This is where his thumb goes, like this.
Now, Mike, I'm gonna tell you, this reminded me back in 1992 when I was in Germany. We was out doing maneuvers. There was a church out there. It was burnt down. All walls, just cobblestone brick walls up. It was almost sunset, and there we saw a person looking through the window. It was a woman, but people to the right of us saw a person standing there, standing on nothing, like it was a floor there. And she was looking out, and she was just looking at us. And then she screamed.
Uh-oh.
And we left.
I know that's right. Once they scream, we're out.
Yeah, we left. But we saw it. I saw it from the front, but I didn't see her from the side. But other people saw her from the side standing there. Like she was standing on a wooden floor or floor there. But the church was burned. It was just the four walls that was left there. And things like that happen out here in the wild, like down here in Georgia.
I know there's so many similarities to what happens in a church that happens outdoors.
Yeah.
How many churches have said they've seen footprints in their carpets?
Footprints, tears, blood running from the eyes.
Yeah, that's scary.
And so if we look at the cosmology, this is cosmology of the Ojibwe of how the world is. There's like a tree that runs all the way through it, right? And it gets symbolic. Let's say every single tree is this way. Okay, every single tree is this way. Okay,
it become the tree of life.
And they are a form of tree of life. And what's amazing about trees is they are the one thing that connects all three worlds in our realm: the underworld, the middle world, and the upper world. I truly believe that they're the highway that gets these from point A to point C, right? We in the flesh live in the middle realm, right? In the middle, we on the air, and we walk terrestrially on the ground. There's times when we're in water, right? When we swim or whatever, but there's we are always pretty much in the middle, bouncing back and forth from the under to the upper realm. Upper realm world being the air, where the branches reach out to. You can see in the symbolic drawing of the cosmology, and you can see that there are different things going on here, different entities, different spirits. It's just different connections between all the elements and all that. I'm just wondering, I'm really at the point where I'm thinking that the key to all this, when it comes to Bigfoot research, when it comes to dogma, when it comes to cryptids, when it comes to the trees are the answer. That doesn't mean you won't see one, say, out in the prairie or something like that. I'm just saying the trees seem to be able to, they are like a highway between all three realms. And they have the capacity, and I think that the ethereal beings and the ultra-dimensional and interdimensional beings, spirits, some evil, some we call demons, and some good, some called angels, and everything else in between, they use it to go from one place to the next. And we don't really understand what's under us as much as we'd like to think. We've only gone like 8 miles into the crust of the earth at max. And so what's beyond there, we have really no idea.
Right. It's like humans. There's good humans, there are bad humans, there are intermediate, and then there's some that just don't know and don't want to know.
Yeah, Jay, that's true. Yeah.
And if you look at the drawing, the way it works, you can watch this. Watch this. You tell me something. This is in their drawing. There's like this going on. There's like this lightning, and there's almost like, or there's like this, like a tree, almost like. And what's coming out of the tree?
I wonder if that.
Notice the tree.
If that, you know what? Maybe. Michael, maybe that's not a tree. Maybe that is the spirits coming out from the earth or from the.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's a highway. But you can look at it at Leonardo da Vinci. You can look at all the ancient alien pictures. They all go back to the same point. David. They all have this same thing in mind.
Right. And David's right. I got that wrong. But let's think of back: lightning, electricity, EMF. Energy that allows them to go and move places from one place to the next. But notice the tree, though. Notice how it's represented, because this is in their way of seeing how the world works. It is dualistic. There's goodness and there's evil. There's black and there's white. And there's darkness and light. Blah blah blah.
Yin and yang.
Yeah, and see how the tree is.
And just like they have pyramids all over the world. Some people think that those are the charging points for UFOs, where they come and recharge to keep doing that interdimensional or interspace travels.
Now, one of the
lines.
Yes, and one of the things they also believe in, at least some cultures do, is that if you don't do things right, or you don't do the right rituals, and
You're
you're
going to
not,
be punished.
or you're going to be stuck in
Mm-hmm.
between the middle realm and the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the one thing that connects it all is the trees. Now, if we go back to that
Mm-hmm.
image that I'm showing you guys, and I mean, I might be, actually, I would love if somebody would prove to me that I'm absolutely wrong, because then I could, but I got a feeling
Hey, we might not talk to you ever again.
that's okay, as long as as long as
Men in Black.
I'm not living in a delusion. But man, I'm telling you, I mean, you just don't have these images showing up
Right.
constantly with trees unless there's a reason for it. It's not just
Because nobody has ever told us that purgatory really exists. It's just a legend. It's just a myth.
or
It's
maybe
in between.
or the Catholics, maybe their version is distorted. It's not exactly quite right. You know what I mean? To cause
I
more
mean,
fear.
it might be right. They're still getting paid for it. See,
Well,
that's
money-
what I mean. My little brother, I shoot from the hip, and he's very nice and political about stuff. So, yeah, I mean, that's my
We make a
opinion.
good
That's just
team.
my opinion. Of course, they didn't say it because they still want to get paid to make us be in darkness.
Mm.
As long as you're in darkness, you're gonna pay for. I want to go to heaven. I want to be a good person. I want to go to the light.
Mhm.
So you have to do what you need to do to go to the light.
Well,
Most
yeah,
of the time, it's monetary, like paying tithes.
Mhm.
I know
Well,
my God never asked for tithes.
well, what if I hate to say this, but what if the church itself is a snare and a trap that keeps you from going
Mhm.
back?
Now,
And what
that's
if
a great point. I like that.
Mhm.
well, let's think about who these. Let's look at. They always want to know about the fruits. By the fruits you know them. Well, what has happened
Mhm.
throughout all the
Well,
world?
that's true. By the fruits you shall know 'em. That's true. That is
Mhm.
true.
So, and what if the Native Americans are right, and that the whole
Right.
goal is these stars up there are like portals and places where each and every one of us is supposed to go, and that a lot of these people. And you hear about light workers and people like all this kind of stuff, and they say that there's a lot of they talk about ghosts, right? There's a ghost in a
Mhm.
house that needs to be set free. Go back to the light. What is the same thing is happening with these entities?
Mhm.
My point being in all this is that I think that what we're dealing with when it comes to the woods is that we're dealing with multiple things.
Mhm.
You
You're right.
know,
Right.
Mike, I want to talk to you our channel about spirits that need to be freed. I don't want to talk about it online, but I'll talk to you, with my little brother. But I found something really interesting, and I would like to talk to you about this offline. And
When
if
you
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 choose
make
to
sure
talk
to
about it,
make sure to friend
that's on
me.
you.
Make sure to friend me on Facebook so we can talk. Okay.
Okay,
And Dwarf, if you're still there, somehow I got to get.
bro, dwarf.
I don't
What's
know.
good?
He's probably listening to a
Yeah,
different show.
I'm driving, bro.
Oh,
What I need for you to do as well is I need somehow to contact you
That's my dude right there.
as far as like an email or Facebook or something, so we can set up a time in the next couple of weeks to do a show together.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'll get a hold of you.
Are you on Facebook?
Not really. I have one, but I'm not active on it. But I'll
He's on
reach you.
YouTube.
I'll reach you with it.
Oh, yeah, and I got my email on my YouTube channel, so please reach out to me because I think we could do a good show together. I really do. I think we got a lot of things in common. And
Yeah,
things to
definitely.
share. So,
Sounds good.
and we probably should close shop because we actually have almost done this for 4 hours. And I love this.
sorry.
No,
I
this
love
is what I
talking.
want. This is what I want. I want it to create the kind of space that's necessary for us as researchers to get together and just share ideas, work things out so that we can go to the next level and understand what we're dealing with. You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? I don't know how you guys feel, but I don't need another scary story.
right,
I
right.
need some information, and I need to understand what I'm involved in, what happened to me, and where to
Right.
go with all this.
Right. Well, Mike, I think, and especially within the Bigfoot, let's say with Bigfoot dogman community or cryptid community, we'll say that, it's a time and a place for everything. You know, I think
Yes, it
we
is.
have a time for research. We have a time where we do have to have the campfire, scary stories, and I think it's a time and a place for everything.
And I
You
can
know.
tell you how not to bring them around you, which I found
You're
out the
welcome.
hard way, which I drew them to me, being a regular dummy. But but if I tell the stories, but people gonna try to do it to attract them to them. I don't want anybody to
I
get
was I
hurt
was
doing
I was
that.
about to say, big brother, you can tell them how to keep them away, and I'll tell them how to track
Don't
Right.
bother them, leave them alone.
them.
Well,
I
I'm going
tell
to tell you
Mike about it.
something. My secret is you know how to get really good images. You start calling on the Lord of all spirits out loud, verbally, with passion. Now, I'm not telling anybody this is not a religious thing, but it does have something to do with rites and rituals, and I think it is very much in line with old shamanic traditions and other cultures in which they would have long ceremonies in which they would praise their creator God. They would you know what I'm saying? It wasn't just all the other gods, but all cultures believed in a creator God, right? What a
Hmm.
spirit, a source, right? And they would be very vocal about. When I'm vocal about it by myself, by the way, and I tell you what, within hours of days, I'm filming crazy, amazing images. I shouldn't say crazy. That's wrong. I mean, I'm filming amazing images that very much are in line with spirit.
Mhm. Well, like,
And
no,
I'm not saying to do it. I'm just telling you what I do. You know what I mean? You do.
Right.
You
That
know what I
works
mean?
for that. No,
what
that works for every person. Cause like down here in the South, we have this saying which I had to remember what my grandmama taught me: live and let live. So they left me alone.
Mhm.
Enough. I know
Now,
they're still here.
yeah, and by the way, I haven't had any really negative experiences for quite a while.
Mhm.
I haven't either, but they scared
So,
the bejesus out of me. But that's just me. But I haven't had any negative experiences.
Mhm.
well,
I
hey,
found I know me personally. Well, me because I'm a well, big brother knows I'm Christian. We're Christian, so
You
I
want to see them?
well, no, not just that, but I call
Yeah,
her.
you want that smoke?
Well, yes, I do. But I call upon the name if I'm back there, and this is for me. I know the whole world doesn't follow the same thing, but I call upon the name Lord Jesus, my Savior. And that usually keeps me strong when I'm back there. I usually feel a little bit more safer. I feel better. I feel more. And also uh, when I call upon that name, it gives me strength back there. But I will tell you this, and this is for people that want to get that good evidence or whatever. Don't think so much about the horror stories when you're back there doing your research, because that's what'll mess you up when you start letting all those horror stories and campfire stories. Like I said, there's a time and a place for everything, but that's not the time or the place when you're back there, especially if you're doing your research by yourself.
yeah,
Focus on the here and now. Don't focus on those campfire and the horror stories, because that'll really really mess you up. It'll really screw you up bad. And you can mess up an experience, that possibly good experience. Not to say you could end up having a terrible experience because you're dealing with something that's unknown and may not want you back there. But on a good day, you don't want to mess yourself up with having negative thoughts, or thinking about the bad things, like, oh, this thing is staring at me, it could come after me.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It could. And what are you going to do about it?
It brings
You know.
bad mojo. It does. What
Right.
happens is when you're negative,
Mhm.
when you're really dark, darkness follows you. If you try to follow the light, then light follows you. I do believe this. I do believe that a lot of like good spirits are frightening looking, by the way, just
They
like bugs
are.
are and other things. They're frightening looking. But how I define a good spirit. Now I'm someone it's called the Fortean Eremite. Eremite means a Christian hermit. That's who I am.
Right.
I believe in Christ,
That's
but I don't
powerful.
belong to any religion.
Right.
And I don't try to tell anybody else how to live their life. But I know from my own personal experience through Bigfoot and through the spirits that the name Jesus actually drives away negative, evil spirits.
Right.
They talk about spiritual warfare, and by the way, a lot of people know this. A lot of people are not even that you would never even believe in a million years would would say that, right? But in secret, they know it.
Mhm.
When the time is down, where things are bad, call upon the Lord Jesus Christ, right? Heavenly Father, help. You know what I mean? So I think it's part of the whole package. I try to share that with people. I don't try to convert people because I really, like I said, I believe in Heavenly Father being our Lord and Savior.
Amen.
I believe in Heavenly Father and our Lord and Savior,
Amen.
Jesus Christ. I don't believe in the rest of the stuff. I
don't believe in
I don't.
You know what, Mike? I'm gonna let you be the end of this conversation on this between me and my little brother. And Brown Jawar, I'm gonna put you in this too because
Brown D.
I've been around I've been around Bigfoot down here in the country ever since I was 5 years old. And my little brother, he gets on me about this because I never had the want or the desire to watch this movie, Boggy Creek.
Oh, Boggy Creek, fantastic movie. Oh, this one
Why
of the
would I
best.
want to watch it when I don't see them and I know about them? That's my whole point.
Well,
What
no,
can Boggy Creek tell me about what I've seen my whole
no,
life?
Boggy Creek's only for entertainment. Don't look
It
at it.
ain't entertaining.
I'm
I
telling you,
seen these things. They're not entertaining.
the
I
ones
mean,
in
okay,
real life might not be, but the movie itself is entertaining.
Mike, what do you got to say on this, Mike?
I don't know if has Brother
I
Mike
don't
seen
watch
Boggy Creek.
movies. I don't
Oh,
watch
okay.
movies, and I don't watch television. I haven't watched television in 11 years, and I don't watch movies.
You're a very intelligent man.
Yeah,
You
that is
have
true.
more
Yeah.
wisdom than most people have walking
Well,
around the scar of creation.
yeah. Well, I just because honestly, I think I grew up the way I grew up in my household. Pretty much television raised me,
Mhm.
right? And and once I realized how the vast majority of things I learned on television were wrong
Right.
or flat out lies,
Mhm.
and I bring this up all the time. Anton LaVey, who is the founder of the Church of Satan,
Oh
back
yeah, Anton Levy. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he
LeVay.
he
Yeah.
called the television Satan's altar, and he said he wouldn't even have his own children watch it. So to
Yeah.
me, my thinking is, if he
If he
thinks
said it.
there's probably some legitimacy to it. So I looked
Mhm.
into it, and it's true. Everything that every time I ever challenged anything that's on television, on the news, and History Channel, and maybe the Animal Channel might be kind of close to being honest, but everything else is just absolute a
It,
distortion of
it,
reality.
it
And go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Yeah, but you know what? It's so right. Like I have to actually detox because from television because it was like it I actually one time I actually watched so much television that I ended up getting anxiety. And it was like because it was just too much information being shoved into my mind. I was just watching too much. And I think it's good. Like I took a year off a long time ago. I took about 2 years off from television, and I really didn't watch too much television. And I felt good. I felt good, and I have to do a television detox again because I had got hooked into this whole streaming thing. Now, now you can get all your movies. You don't have to go to the movies anymore. You
Right,
can watch
right.
everything. And with the news and wars and rumors of wars and all that stuff going on now, it's so hard to break away from television because now it's so easy. When we were young, you had what was it, 5 channels, and remember the TV would go off at like what 12 midnight. Wasn't it like 12 midnight or something like
2,
that on
5, 11, 17, 36, 46,
the channels?
17, 69, 9, maybe 10 channels.
Okay,
That was on antenna.
and you remember once the TV went off for the night. Remember you had the what was it?
Beep.
What was the one with the soldiers?
It
Remember the
was so
soldiers
it was
holding the
just a
flag?
beep signal loss.
Yeah, that I had all the
That was like the
subliminal
first
messages
two,
in
three
it.
minutes before it went off. The
This-
national anthem.
Yeah, thank you. The national anthem, and that was done.
And
But
that was on it. And once it went off, you just got the beep signal loss.
right. So
You
you
went
better
to
be good
sleep
time.
before that went off.
Hopefully, if not, you were like me. I was still up. but
You
it
got the beep.
but now you have everything. You have news. You have movies. You have everything. And it's so
Cartoons.
yeah, and it's so now you can watch a cartoon at night. Isn't that crazy? Remember, at one time it was only Saturday morning. Now you can watch cartoons at night. You got 24-hour news. And now you can transfer all your stuff computer onto television like YouTube and everything. So now you can watch YouTube consistently on your television.
He just showed his age, people. He said from computer to the TV. He
Yeah,
didn't
from
say streaming from your phone or your laptop or
well,
iPhone.
well, I well, I remember when they invented electricity. Yeah, so
Well,
it's
I do remember when we invented cable and the internet
Me too.
and DV players and VH.
DVDs, later disc.
But yeah, we all have to. Everybody, we should set up a day where we do a like everybody online. We plan a day for like maybe at the end of the year, this year, something 2023, and we'll detox for like television for 2 days, but we'll all do it together to make it easier on each other
Well,
and detox from television.
I can do that because do it already anyway. So
I know you can. That's
there's
easy
no
for that.
sacrifice in that. But I literally
Right.
Now, Mike,
I have
I'm
11 and a
a.
half year old son, and I
Mhm.
can
Oh,
say
God.
I never watched. We don't have a television in our place, right? And I've
Mhm.
never watched a minute of television together.
That's good.
God bless you.
And, and I think it was the right move. Now,
Mhm.
there's plenty of other distractions, and you know what I mean. So,
Right.
but at least he's using his time more creatively, and I understand what happens when you stare so much. Television is a weapon. It was
Yes.
designed
Oh
as a
yeah.
weapon. This
Mhm.
is a weapon of mind control, and
Mhm.
I think it does destroy our spirit and our soul. Isn't it
Mhm.
all the negativity that's constantly on it? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
This war, that war, this disease, that disease. The world's going to end tomorrow, and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like at some point you're just like, is this doing me any good? Yeah, not doing me any good at all to be watching it. So
Right.
there's other things to focus on. Read a book, read something, study,
Right.
go out field and researching. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's right.
There's a million other things, and so
Yeah, because I talk,
Smell the roses.
right, exactly, but that's the true smell the roses. Because I talk to a lot of guys, especially the guys that are naysayers with the cryptic thing they don't believe in it, and a lot of the fellas around here, I'll tell them, well, hey, why don't you come into the woods? Come to the woods and watch how you can relax. Watch how your mind just settles and how you just feel good, especially if you just sit down and sit in the middle of nature. No television, no cell phone, and watch how you
oh
just
my
become
god.
relaxed. You know.
Here's
Roger
another
Wolf, you still there?
Here's another thing, good gentlemen, to think about. How many people have actually spent a minute of their life staring directly at a point or at a tree?
I did. I have. I
Well,
Not
know.
very
yeah, but
many.
think it's how difficult it is. First of all, because the chaos. When you look at a
Mhm.
tree, it's one thing. It's funny because it's different. Like with the computer screen and all that, it's two
Mhm.
dimensional, right? So it's not the same thing. But when you stare at a tree with the chaos going on in the tree, the branches, the leaves, it actually is very difficult to keep your eye focused at one spot and stay there
Right.
Or
It
for a
just
is.
a
minute.
stream or a brook.
Mm-hmm.
But our ancestors, that's how they lived their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Roger
Even.
Wolf, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Roger
I
Wolf.
think Brown. Are you
And
still
actually,
driving?
I'm gonna cut out, you guys. I got some stuff to do, so
Okay,
Okay.
He's
but
re-
Roger
I'm catch
Wolf,
up with you
this
guys.
question's verdict is for you, and don't you run, Dave. Don't
No.
you run, Dave. Because Brown Wolf know, and you should know, but you ain't seen it yet. What the original Patty Finn was about. Let me go back on mute.
What?
He said, "Let me go back on."
Well, I tell you what, someday me and MK, we've had some very interesting private discussions, and the things that were revealed to me would make a lot of sense.
Mhm.
And let's put it this way: there was more than just a Patty involved
Well,
there.
I heard it was. I heard that she was probably trying. Like I've heard two things. Patty was either trying to draw.
No, you heard more than what I told you. I mean, let me go back on mute.
And there was quite a bit. You remember there was quite a thing going on between the logging company in the state of California and the indigenous population at the time, and there was a very long and extensive and very powerful shamanic ritual that happened during that time period. And I do believe, in order to make these things manifest the way that they did,
Mhm.
that the shamanic practices had to be involved with it.
So you're thinking as in it was almost like maybe the shaman priest or whatever
I think
conjured
they, I
or
think that they,
contacted them, maybe not conjured, but
I think there was
contacted.
a perfect collision between the state of California. Oh, by the way, and the United States government and the Canadian government was involved with this, by the way, and because and the indigenous population, they called upon their ancestral spirits and the Sasquatch in that area, and I think they were hoping that the Sasquatch was going to scare the loggers. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Or they
okay.
could create something completely different where people have a conscience and say, "Oh no, we can't log this area. We got to stop building that highway through there, that area." And
Right.
I mean, there's multiple things. You know what I mean? It's just something that it's not that far fetched and something that still goes on today. And that's what just 100 years ago was very common throughout the Americas. 200 years ago was very common throughout, you know. But heck, it's still going on in Africa and places, in large parts of all throughout the world.
Mhm.
That's the very common practice, right? Was to call upon, the Creator God, your ancestral spirits, and the whatever other spirits you could call upon, right? And the thing about it, they had a relationship with these. You hear the stories at one time they traded with them and all that. I have to tell you one thing, and I did a study. I need to do it again. But somebody, if you really want to start thinking, go back to the Bible and read the story of Esau
Mhm.
and Jacob.
Yeah,
And
Esau. Yeah.
now knowing what Bigfoot is, it will stand out like a sore. What am I saying?
Yeah, 'cause
Like a sore thumb. It's going to really. You'll be shocked. You go, oh my gosh, they're actually talking. But there was a time when we all had a relationship with what we call Sabe.
An upright walking canine that used to do weaving, going back on mute, and
Yeah,
pottery work.
you're right. You're right, man. So, anyways, we need to talk more. This is awesome. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Dave, for the
Yeah,
gift.
hey, thank you,
Thank
Michael,
you for
man.
the
Thank you
gift.
for having me.
Thank you, G
Round your wolf.
and Brown Dwarf for joining us as well. Everyone else in the chat. This is a real gift for me. This is exactly what I'm hoping down the road, at least once or twice a month. This turns into, or guys like and gals who are doing this kind of research get together and just are open like an open book, and we compare notes, and we try to figure out what we're dealing with, and go down the right direction. Not be. It's so easy to be misled, right?
Right.
Or to be what am I trying to say in here? Shadow banned, right? Or
Bamboozle, hoodwinked,
gaslighted. That's the word I want.
gaslighted.
Gaslighted. So it's really
It's gonna
easy.
be my new word for the
just-
week. Gaslighting.
Are people like just dismiss you? You have an idea, and they just dismiss you instead of let's collectively talk about things. Well, our understanding, and I see this happen all the time, right? Their show will be like New Age bent, or it will be Flesh and Blood bent, or it will be maybe Christian bent, or whatever bent it is. It's like they have this philosophy that they feel that necessary to push. Well, I want to push the philosophy of the truth,
Right.
asserting the truth.
That sounds good. Right.
And I think together we can put things together and work together. We can have a much clearer picture. You know what I mean? Because we get a lot of these dopamine fixes, on like TikTok and everything else. And I'm not saying it's wrong or right. It's part of who we are, and it it does lead people to the greater things if they so desire. But there's a lot of us. You know what? We spend a lot of time researching and studying these things, and we spend all our spare time thinking about these questions. And I think that we have a lot to share with each other. I mean, we have different perspectives. I think we'll have a much clearer picture within a year or two if we have a show like this. And I'm hoping that I can be a vehicle and say, and like eventually, like, gee, you just lead the show or for the night, or Dave, you do it, or whoever it may be,
Round your wolf, who's being very
Oh,
modest.
you hear what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Everyone has their own perspective, but it's not being heard. It's
And
just
like
different pieces.
yeah, and everybody comes together with different perspectives. It doesn't mean that you have to be at war with one another just because you have a different perspective. I think mankind, man and womankind, womankind and mankind try to separate everything, and not everything has to be separated because some things are
You
more
bet, John.
closely related than we think. As far as our Bigfoot community, since we're considered the outcast, we're not of the norm. That should cause us to unite together and trade information amongst one another even better, and not to separate each other, saying, "Well, this is spiritual, this is flesh and blood, this is alien, this is government, whatever." We can come together, share that knowledge, and educate one another and progress. So that way, when it comes time to put together that handbook and give it to the world to see, we'll have our stuff in order for people to understand that don't believe and don't understand. You know what I mean?
My little bro, he's so sweet. I eat meat. Hey, these things is real.
Right,
You crazy? Well, okay, I'm crazy. But when they come out and you see them, it's too late because we got our plan
right,
over here how to deal with them. We already out their area, so they're gonna eat you, not us.
right.
It's,
I
and
hear
it, I think what we're also going to discover is that there are multiple things we're dealing with, multiple
Mhm.
different entities,
Multiple
and it's
instances.
much more interesting than just little green men and Bigfoot itself. As cool as Sabe is, there's
Sabe.
a lot more going on. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? There's a lot more going on. So
Oh
It
yeah.
sure is because Mike, I'm gonna tell you about these coat men we got down here in Georgia one day, but not tonight though.
okay. Well, you met. So, hey, guys, gentlemen, thank you so much. Once
Thank
again,
Thank
you.
you.
thank you too. Thank you for the blessing that you gave me in my life tonight. And if there's, I, I don't know, you're not really doing anything right now with your YouTube channel, but
I'm
if you
not.
get, if
I
you
don't
guys
want the
got
attention.
anything, if any of you guys got any links that are projects, websites,
I
YouTube
get to my little
channels,
brother.
yeah, send them to me and message at me, okay?
Thank you.
And don't forget, you got to message me too, G. And
Yes, sir.
and then yeah, well, I'll make sure that people get to know more about you.
Brown's Wolf.
Big D.
I know he's like the coolest dude, isn't he? He's,
Big D.
He is ever.
and he
Brown
gets along
He's
with
like a polar bear
he gets-
toenail. He is so icy. He's just so
Icy.
cool.
Icy.
he like gets along with anybody. I never seen
Yes, he
anybody like.
does.
I'm like the complete opposite. I like rub
Me
everybody.
too.
But see, that's we have to have that too. We got to have the one that ruffles the feathers, and we have to have the one that
Me.
keeps things calm. So we got
Yes. Thank you,
You.
everyone. This has been cool.
yes,
All right, I'm going to end the recording now.
Okay.
All right. Well, good night and
Good
have a
night,
great evening.
everybody.
Actually,
Love
I'm
you.
gonna end it with the show with a video of, and you guys can hang up and we'll talk later. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great meeting you, gentlemen. This
You
is the
too.
way I want it. All right. Let's see where we're at.
Where we at? Let's see.
Closing the show.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Running if I can.